So hit the red start button. See it come up. So the red start button. Good evening, Jane. Do you want to do a sound check real quick? Or anybody else who's just logged in? Yes, I can. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
3 minutes.
Scott Bradway, I'm going to ask you to stop your video until we get to your item on the agenda. If you don't mind, thank you. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the sound check. Good
Hello,
evening.
Amy.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi, Amy. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
2 minutes.
Because she's in on her, yeah, it's on 2 different devices.
Oh, that was who said that. Okay.
Good evening. Jenna Olson, you want to do a quick sound check? Or anybody else that just joined?
One minute.
Hi, Amy. Sound check.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sound check for me too.
It sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll sound check as well, though I don't
Is
think
Zara
I'm
joining us for the meeting? We like that. Hello, Zara. Hello.
Want to say hello? Want to say hello?
Hello.
She's shy, even on the camera.
Oh. She's looking.
Who are these people?
Not a very interesting TV program to have. All right, it's 7 o'clock, folks. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Chapel Hill Town Council meeting on October 13th, 2021. We're happy to have you with us, however you are joining us, whether you're online, watching on TV, or watching it later. We're glad you wanted to participate. We have 7 items on the agenda for discussion. We'll be starting off with 3 legislative hearings to proposals for a hotel expansion and townhomes at 101 through 111 Irwin Road, a modification to the Glen Lennox Development Agreement, and a change to the Community Design Commission. We'll be receiving an updated presentation on the risk assessment for the coal ash at the police station site, a quarterly affordable housing reform, and our last 2 items will be a concept plan for a small apartment project on Old Chapel Hill Road, north of Wegmans, and an authorization for the manager to move forward on the affordable housing project at 2200 Homestead Road. So, like I said, we're glad to have you with us. If you wish to participate in the meeting, we would love to have your input. You can do, some people have registered ahead of time, but no worries if you haven't. You can use the raise your hand function on the item you'd like to speak on, and we will look for you and call you in. Mayor Pro Tem Michael Parker will be calling in 2 people at a time. We do ask you to stay within your 3 minutes, please. And if you're on the phone, I believe it's *9 if you're joining by phone only and not the computer. So in keeping with our laws on virtual meetings in the state, we need to have a roll call. So council members, as I call your name out, please respond with I or here or however you'd like to respond. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Here.
Councilmember Anderson.
Here.
Councilmember Boyncey.
Here.
Councilmember Gu.
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen is not able to join us this evening. He may be able to get back later. He's traveling for work. Councilmember Ryan.
Here.
Councilmember Stegman.
Here.
And the mayor is also here. So thank you very much. First up, we're going to have a Celebrating Successes video. We're excited about the Chapel Hill Community Arts and Culture. They've been very busy in our community, connecting local artists with opportunities to share their passion and their talent with us, while also capturing the spirit and history of our community. We have a short video to share, highlighting just a few of those recent events.
But if something strikes you funky, stand up and say your piece.
I'm Howard Lee, longtime resident and former mayor of Chapel Hill. Welcome to our community's inaugural Juneteenth community celebration.
I love us. Black people, we are a miracle. Know that. We went through hundreds of years of enslavement in a form the world had never seen, and decided our dignity wasn't worth giving that hate back. We lift every voice, sing freedom, and break the chains of bondage, write a new story.
Those people that are featured in the mural have each had a hand in shaping what life looked like for Black people who live in this area. It's an honor to be able to tap into that history because years can pass by and so much can get lost to time. You can come across, this work and look at the faces and wonder to yourself, who is that? And then that can start a whole new conversation about how we introduce people who basically paved the way for us to live and thrive.
Searching for her and me, yeah. Gave you everything, yeah. I know you miss her cold sweats in your sleep. We need time to be free. Wandering eyes, pray you find what you're searching for. Wandering eyes, pray you find what you're searching for. It ain't me now, so I'll let you go. Give you time to heal on your own.
I need new voices because it represents points of view of people from varying backgrounds, different races, LGBTQ community, minority groups. My design is a graphic montage using familiar contemporary youth motifs of peace and justice. I incorporated local elements such as the Chapel Hill postmark, a nod to the old post office building, and dogwood, the state flower.
If the truth be told, I've forgotten your body. It's too much to hold. You do my heart. Tell me truthfully and telling me if you do.
Something I've noticed about doing public art, it starts a conversation. It's really surprising what kind of emotions get evoked during those conversations.
Thank you so much. It's just the art is incredible. The stories are even more incredible to be shared. And the entire community for generations to come. And many of us were at the dedication of the African American Trailblazers mural this weekend. It was a large gathering of family and friends of the Trailblazers and people coming just to see what was going on. But it was so special to have Senator Valerie Foushee and former Mayor Howard Lee there to celebrate with us. And we want to thank our Community Arts and Culture Commission and the staff for all you're doing to help us honor our history and our diversity through new art projects. And a big shout out to the Deltas. The Delta Sigma Thetas were fundraising and determined to make this particular mural happen. And we're so glad they did. So thank you all. That was wonderful. All right, next up, we do have some proclamations this evening. So we have 3, so hang on, there's a lot going on. First up, we're gonna have the International Ombuds Day. October 14th is International Ombuds Day in Chapel Hill. This evening, we're pleased to have Town Ombuds Jim Hugrich and Anita Badrock with us, along with Don Osborne Adams from UNC Ombuds Office, and Councilmember Ryan is going to do the honors this evening.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're pleased to recognize members of the UNC and Town of Chapel Hill Ombuds offices by joining UNC Chancellor Guskowitz in recognizing Thursday, October 14th, 2021 as Ombuds Day in Chapel Hill. The role of ombuds originated in Sweden over 200 years ago, designated as a government official charged with assisting citizens with complaints or problems with their government. Today's ombuds are confidential, informal, independent, and impartial professionals who offer assistance to all members of their relevant community with navigating the full range of questions, disputes, complaints, and concerns arising while living, working, learning, and/or playing together. We're fortunate in Chapel Hill to have nationally renowned ombuds offices in the town of Chapel Hill and at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which have served thousands honorably and compassionately in their respective missions by aligning their work with the town of Chapel Hill's value of respect, responsibility, equity, safety, professionalism, ethics, communication, and teamwork. And with the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill's principles of being of the public, for the public, innovative, and above all, human and humane. Tonight, we want to thank members of the town and university ombuds programs, including Jim Hugrich, Anita Badrock, and Don Osborne Adams, for their commitment and dedication to our community and the values we hold dear. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim or Don, did you want to say a couple of words?
I would just like to say thank you for Town Council, for the university, for recognizing the impact that these services have on this community in a difficult time of polarization. It's a skill, it's a resource to bring people together to build bridges across differences. So thank you.
And thank you for your work, Jim. Don?
I'll echo what Jim said. I just say thank you. Everybody wants to be recognized and appreciated. That's something ombuds know all too well. So I appreciate you all for recognizing us. And we really value our relationship with the town ombuds office. And so we appreciate being able to have this opportunity to be present with them as well.
Well, thank you both, and Anita too, for all the work you do. It is important, and it does build those bridges between people and helps us in our mission to do the important town work. So thank you so much. Okay, next up we have the American Pharmacist Month. Mayor Pro Tem Parker, would you do this announcement, please?
Sure thing. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we are joining with communities and organizations across the country in recognizing and thanking pharmacists for their care and commitment to our community. We know that today's powerful medications require greater attention to the manner in which they are used by different patient population groups, and therefore it is important for all users of prescription and non-prescription medications or their caregivers to be knowledgeable about their own drug therapy. Pharmacists are specifically educated with a focus and level of expertise on medication therapy that exists that of other healthcare providers, are ideally suited to work collaboratively with other healthcare providers and patients to improve medication use and outcomes by providing services through medication therapy management. And therefore, tonight we proclaim October 2021 as American Pharmacists Month in Chapel Hill and encourage everyone to acknowledge the invaluable contribution that pharmacists and technicians make to patient care in hospitals, outpatient clinics, and other healthcare settings. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, we have Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And Mr. Boyncey, you're going to read this one for us tonight. Please.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. At this time, when technology plays a vital role in our daily lives and in the future of our town, state, and nation, we know that internet users and our information infrastructure face the persistent and growing threat of cyber attacks meant to deny access to computer systems, to steal personal identities, to compromise privacy, and to reduce financial security. Our town staff and officials understand that internet security is a shared responsibility in which everyone has a critical role for using care, opening emails, providing information online, and fact-checking important information. As an elected body, we believe that raising awareness of cybersecurity in our community will help protect the town's information infrastructure and our community. Therefore, we are proclaiming October to be National Cybersecurity Awareness Month in Chapel Hill and urge Chapel Hill residents to learn more about cybersecurity and to put that knowledge into practice in their homes, schools, workplaces, and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you all, and a big thank you to our Chief Information Officer, Scott Clark, and his entire team for keeping the town cyber safe and for helping provide information to the community as well. We've seen other towns attacked by cyberware, and we know that we've done a really good job here, so thank you for keeping our system safe. We appreciate that. All right, I do have a few announcements. Here we go. Okay. The Northside Street Safety Community Meeting tomorrow, Thursday, October 14th. The town will be holding a community meeting regarding Northside Street safety. The meeting will be in person and they're going to do it outside since the weather is very nice. It'll run from 6 to 7 p.m. Again, almost all these announcements you can find on our website, so please double check and go there. The Festival Street Arts Market kicks off this Friday, October 15th from 4 to 8 p.m. with a Twilight Street Market on Henderson Street. There'll be artists, music, performances, and more. The event is free and open to all. You can learn more on our Community Arts and Culture webpage. The Booker T Working Group will meet again next Monday, October 18th at 6 p.m. Those meetings are open to the public and include time for public comment, so please join in. We will have a council work session next Wednesday, October 20th. The topics on the agenda include a review of our existing stormwater management ordinance, along with updates from the Splash Pad Working Group and the Community Stormwater Working Group. The town council and our boards are continuing to meet virtually through the end of October. Please check the website for registration information, agendas, and meeting materials. And then I wanted to share with council today, I participated in an intercity visit. San Marcos, Texas came here to Chapel Hill. They were looking at town-gown relationships and innovation hubs and all the different things for revitalizing their downtown. And they chose to come here. We gave them perfect weather and a nice day. They'll be touring again tomorrow, some other places. So it's fun. We've done intercity visits to other communities, but it's fun to have them come and see what we're doing in our community. And it was a great discussion with the group. And we'll share more in the Friday memo going out. So we have that. So, okay. Anyone else having announcements? Mr. Boyncey.
Yep, I've got one. So on Sunday is the Freedom Fund banquet for the Chapel Hill Carborough NAACP. I believe tickets are still being sold. Folks can attend either virtually or in person. But if you go to the Chapel Hill Carborough's web or Chapel Hill Carborough NAACP's website, you can sign up and get a ticket there.
Please do, and support a great cause. Yeah. All right. Okay, so now it's time in our meeting for comments from the public or petitions. Actually, first is what we start off with, then we do comments, and we had a couple of petitions sent in already that I'll bring up. I will share. Oh yeah, get your tickets for the banquet. I will share that we received a couple by email, and I'm not sure they're coming in to speak tonight, but I wanted to get them logged in, and I was hopeful that you would wait for all the petitions to be received, and then our normal practice is to refer them to the manager and the mayor for review and to get logged in. One of the petitions came in talking about conflict of interest. And I'd like to recommend that we take that topic and send it to our board. We have a council committee on boards and commissions to discuss the items that were listed, any other topics, and those meetings are also open to the public. So I know that came in as a request, not specifically as a petition, but I'd like to announce that that's what I would like to have that one do. And then we were supposed to get a petition, I'm not sure if Mr. Patterson's going to speak or not, about construction traffic on North and Henderson Street. And I said that if they brought that in, we would get it logged in and have a discussion with that as well. And so I know there's a couple other petitions out there. Mr. Barker, can you help?
Yes, we have Tara, and I apologize in advance if I mangle this, Tara Kashgal, followed by Savannah Bowers.
Great, thank you.
Although I believe Tara actually informed us. No, that's never mind. I have that backward.
Hello, I'm here. I'm sorry, my internet. Am I able to present right now?
Yes, you are. We can hear you, so you're welcome to present, or you can, yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I'll be off camera. Thank you, Mayor and council members. In this petition, I'm asking town leaders to respond to the ethical and moral issues raised by the proposed development of 110 Day Street into affordable housing. As town staff has acknowledged, the town purchased 110 Day Street with funds from a November 2003 open space bond referendum. Asked to account for this decision by community members, the town staff said there is no legal conflict with repurposing a site that was originally purchased with open space bond funding almost 15 years ago for affordable housing development. That was their quote. The staff cited North Carolina general statutes as giving them the authority to change the use of this tract at its discretion. We're not convinced of the town's interpretation of the statute, but my focus in this petition is the ethical and moral lapses in the town's response. The open space bond referendum was part of a package of bond referendum put to Chapel Hill voters for capital costs related to parks and recreation facilities, open spaces, sidewalk and street improvements, library improvements, and public building improvements. The slogan for the bond campaign was "Invest in Chapel Hill." The resolution was as follows: $2 million to pay capital costs of acquiring real property in order to maintain, protect, limit the future use of, or otherwise conserve open spaces and areas. The bond order authorizing the issuance of the open space bond signals the same intent. The intent is also clearly stated in the ballot measure that Chapel Hill residents approved on November 4th, 2003. I ask, how do town leaders justify disregarding the will of Chapel Hill voters to acquire land to preserve it as open space? The town addresses none of these concerns in its response. Only legal authority is cited. Further, the town views it as entirely discretionary whether it needs to reimburse open space bond funds if Day Street were to be developed. This stance is outrageous and shows a stunning lack of respect for town residents and general notions of ethics and accountability regarding the democratic process and stewardship of public monies. I would like the town to answer the following questions. 1, how do you justify disregarding the will of Chapel Hill voters to acquire land to preserve it as open space? 2, how can it be ethically and morally conscionable to repurpose, quote unquote, land that was purchased with public funding for a specific purpose into something else? And 3, how does the town justify its view that it can, if it so chooses, repay the bond fund to, quote, release the land from the funding's original intent, unquote? And is this respectful to the voters who approved this bond measure for a specific purpose at the urging of town leaders? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bowers.
Hi all, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect. There are 3 different microphones on this computer and I'm never sure which one is the correct one. Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. I'd like to discuss a petition regarding operational transparency for the town government. And while you have already received the document itself, I'd like to briefly cover the high points with you tonight. So I do know that our town and you, our council, value transparency and public input when you're making decisions. I also know since there's an enormous amount of existing research on the subject, that believing in something doesn't necessarily mean that it consistently happens. And currently, our town has several institutional barriers to living within those shared values. So I'm petitioning that you as our council demonstrate your commitment to this by proposing a comprehensive strategy to address these weak links in the relationship between the town and its residents. There are a few key issues which I strongly urge you to consider in such a strategy, but given our limited time, I'd like to focus on one that's especially important to me. And as an aside, I do know that 160D is on the docket today, and I do want to emphasize for those listening that this petition is much broader than simply conflict of interest, but the lack of a consistent standardized conflict of interest or COI policy, one that applies to anyone acting as a town representative, is really concerning. I was troubled to find that I, as clinical research staff at UNC, making decisions nowhere near as directly impactful as those made here. I'm held to a much higher standard for conflict of interest than many of our town reps. I believe that we need a policy that's consistent, and importantly, one that includes that conflicts be proactively disclosed to the public, not just internally. Not having a strong institutional framework for this creates uncertainty as to whether decisions are really being made in the town's best interest. And it also, if you'll forgive me for being quite forward, it does shift the burden of preventing corruption onto the public. My petition also includes requests to address lack of availability to information, such as council meeting minutes, which on the agenda, you'll note, could be backlogged sometimes over a year. The lack of transcripts being generated for meetings, because that unfairly excludes our deaf and hard of hearing neighbors from having the equal opportunity to participate in town decision making. Not having a user-friendly mechanism for residents to see representatives' voting records, and a quite outdated development activity report. But I know that there's certainly not time for me to discuss those in detail right now. But in sum, many of the barriers to transparency and accountability to the public here are old. They've been here for a long time. You did not put these in place, and I know that very well, but we can do better because you have the opportunity to correct them. I hope that you'll agree that this is an issue that's not only worthy of our attention and resources, but absolutely essential to our integrity as a town. Thanks for considering.
Thank you, Ms. Bowers. We had a great conversation. She's putting the petition together, and I think this could also go to our Council Committee on Boards and Commissions to discuss on standardizing some pieces, but some other pieces that you have in there will have to go through the manager's office to be evaluated. But thank you for bringing this forward. Mr. Parker, any other petitioners?
There are not.
Okay, so can I just ask that we do include the two other petitions I mentioned? One is for consideration of a ban of construction vehicles during construction on North and Henderson Street to be looked at. And the other one was this same similar tone of the conflict of interest for advisory board members and council members. So I think we could keep them separate, but track them along at the same time. So if that's council's will.
I'll move that we receive and refer all petitions.
Okay.
A move by Ms. Anderson, second by Mr. Boyncy to receive and refer the petitions. A roll call vote, please. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy?
Aye.
Ms. Gu?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. All right, are there any folks here to speak on items not on the agenda but don't have a petition, but they're speaking about something not on the agenda this evening?
I do not have anybody either signed up, and I see no raised hands.
Okay, Whitney St. Charles, you have your hand up for a reason. Is that on purpose? Okay, guess not. Okay, there we go. All right. So then that will move us to the consent agenda. I give council an update that it's an amended consent agenda. We have finally made progress on establishing a library task force, and we need to get moving on this. So we've added that to the consent agenda for this evening in the agreement to establish this task force.
So move the amended consent agenda.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Anderson, second by Mr. Parker. Any comments? All right, roll call vote then, please. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy?
Aye.
Ms. Gu,
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
I'm looking at Jamie. Ms.
It's been 2
Stegman.
years, Pam. You need to like memorize this.
They'll pop around in the boxes. I should have it in my head, but I look at you when I do it to see that, and you pop, and then I blog. So, and the mayor says aye as well. Sorry, that was too much information. You didn't need that. All right. Okay. So I call your attention to the information items in your packet. And then we will move on to the first discussion item. Close the legislative hearing and consider a conditional zoning application for the Residence Inn and Summit Place Townhomes at 101 through 111 Irwin Road, Mixed Use Village Conditional Zoning District. Ms. Becky, are you helping us this evening?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'll be using my phone as my microphone and my screen and computer as my video. So hopefully that all works smoothly, but let me know if there's any issues, and I'll go ahead and share my screen. All right, can everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Great. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Becky McDonald. I'm a planner with our planning department, and tonight we have the conditional zoning project at 101 to 111 Irwin Road, the Residence Inn and Summit Place Townhomes. I have 13 slides and will take about 10 minutes. So this is where we are in the process here. We've gone through our staff and advisory board review. The public hearing was opened in June earlier this year. We had an update in September at your first meeting after the summer break, and tonight we are back for potential action. The recommendation tonight is to close the legislative hearing, consider the adoption of Resolution A, which is the resolution of consistency, as well as Resolution B, which would revoke the special use permit existing on site for the Residence Inn, and consider enacting Ordinance A, which would approve the conditional zoning application. And you've seen this before, so I'll go through the project overview quickly, but it's almost 18-acre site. The project, it is a conditional zoning application to rezone from currently residential 3 conditional zoning and residential 2 to change it to mixed use village conditional zoning. There's an existing Residence Inn on the property, which I'm circling with my mouse here. This is Fordham Boulevard running along the bottom part of your screen and Irwin Road, bisecting the picture here just to orient you. This is the existing Residence Inn, and the northern parcel here is also involved with an existing farm pond. The proposal is to construct an addition to the Residence Inn with about 54 hotel rooms as well as 52 townhouses. This is the existing condition site plan, the Residence Inn, as I pointed out earlier, and the existing farm pond on the northern part of the site. And this is the proposed site plan. This section here is the addition to the hotel, and then you can see the townhouses on the left side of your screen. And I'm actually going to turn it over to Alicia Goldstein with our stormwater department to go over a few more slides to address some of the concerns that have been raised over some stormwater issues on the site. She's just going to give an overview of the existing and proposed drainage plans to provide a little bit more context for that information. So, or for those conversations. So Alicia, if you're here, I can continue controlling the slides if you want to chime in.
Yeah. So good evening, everyone. I am the stormwater engineer who reviewed this project. I'm just going to relate to you some of the main issues, and I will be available the rest of the evening to answer further questions. As Becky pointed out, the parcel adjacent to the Residence Inn has a farm pond that was brought up with terms of existing issues for overflow and drainage. Right now, the farm pond has 2 sort of locations identified in red as to where the pond discharges currently when it overflows. There's also an existing stormwater control measure adjacent to the Residence Inn, and it also has an overflow pipe that connects with farm pond runoff and goes analysis point 2. The Summerfield crossing is just to downstream of this property, and as we are probably all aware, the residents there have reported issues of drainage. Next slide. So just to illustrate, I know many council members have been out to the site, but I thought it would be helpful to provide some photos of what we as a town staff have walked around and observed and have considered in reviewing this plan. So that is the farm pond in picture A. There is a cut that's been done, I don't know, several years ago that allows water discharge when it's over top. That is a farm pond that is never meant to be a stormwater control device. It has no control structure. So water just runs off whenever it overflows. And then it kind of takes a snake-like turn. So A, B, and C are of it in succession. The water just kind of naturally goes down the grade, downstream once it overtops. And then D is on the opposite side of the farm pond. You can kind of see where the path can be, where the leaves kind of separate. But most of the water seems to appear to go, along the ABC route. Next slide. So this is the existing stormwater control measure that's on site right now. This was approved in 2005. So it's been on that site a while. They have a sediment basin that then goes to a wet pond. And then there's a outfall pipe, which is, so the first two, A and B, indicate the actual stormwater control measure, the sediment basin that I just discussed. And then C is the outfall. And that outfall pipe, I followed the water to where it was going, and it does not go directly on the red analysis point path. It kind of goes through that 100-foot landscape buffer and kind of meanders its way. So you can see D and E, the water kind of just follows, the grade wherever it's a preferential path depending on gravity. And so we did go and investigate, and in the picture in E in the far right, you can kind of see the Summerfield Crossing homes. The water is in the forefront of where that water discharge is leading. And that's probably combined from the stormwater control measure or the farm pond combination or one or another. It's hard to tell what was the source of where that water was. But you can clearly see at the time that there was water sitting at the outfall in picture C at the time that this field observation was conducted. Next slide. So the site, as Becky already presented, they're proposing a much larger proposed stormwater control measure. It's going to meet a higher standard than it was 20 years ago. The rainfalls are different, the standards are different. And that was moved out of the 100-foot landscape buffer between the June and the August hearings. So it was pushed a little bit farther out, and the green areas area that we've been discussing with the landscape buffer and where that drainage currently is. And I will answer, after this presentation, I'll be available to answer questions about proposed solutions.
Thanks, Alicia. So that was just to give you an overview on the drainage issues on site from our stormwater staff. So continuing on with the full application, the applicant is requesting modifications. At our last meeting, they were requesting a modification to the maximum parking spaces, and they have since adjusted that, so that is no longer a request. But the previously discussed modification for increased disturbance of the steep slopes remains a requested modification. And there are a few more updates that have occurred since our last meeting in September. As I mentioned, the parking modification is no longer requested. There has been an updated stormwater impact analysis. The stormwater control measure was moved out of that 100-foot buffer, so the analysis has been updated to reflect that. We've also updated the condition for the easement for the multi-use path along Dobbins Drive. There's a new condition regarding the landscape buffer and encroachment. And we've also included a new condition for e-bike parking. And so those are all in your revised ordinance A. I did also want to mention the question of some additional drainage improvements that have been discussed. We believe that the applicant will be presenting a proposal to alleviate some of the flooding issues that Alicia discussed in that adjacent Summerfield neighborhood. And like Alicia said, our stormwater staff are here. They've done a cursory review of this proposal. They can share some information after the applicant's presentation, but we have continued to receive some updates from the applicant, and some information received very recently, so it has not been fully reviewed or vetted by our stormwater staff at this point. So with that in mind, our recommendation tonight is to close the legislative hearing, consider adoption of Resolution A and Resolution B, and consider enaction of Ordinance A. So I'm happy to answer any questions at this point, and Scott Radway, the applicant, is here with a presentation as well.
Thank you. Scott, are you with us?
I am, thank you. I'm going to select share screen and can everybody see this?
It's not in presentation mode, but we can see it.
You see that change?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, I'll go back and adjust. Let's
There you go.
visible now?
Yes, it's good now.
Thank you. Yes, this is the third meeting in front of the council to consider this proposal. I'll go through quickly also the core pieces of change that affect the plan and the site plan. And then that's about 9 or 10 slides. And I have about 8 or 9 slides just about the stormwater component. You're gonna have to excuse me for a second. We have a power problem. You can give me 1 minute. I cannot get this to load correctly.
Would you like us to come back? We can go to the next item and come back to this one.
If you can give me 60 more seconds.
Okay.
Mayor, I don't want to speak for everyone, but given that the stormwater staff have not fully reviewed this application, should we just say that we need more time and move on? I don't know that we're going to vote tonight.
I'm not sure whether we'll be voting tonight or not, but I think we should see the updates so far, so we don't have to review those again, and then see what our staff is going to share with us. I've asked for them to respond to your questions, so I think it would be important to ask those questions this evening.
Okay. Now, excuse me, is this now visible?
Yes.
This is the plan that's from September 1st, which had many of the changes to the design layout and increased the buffer to 100 feet from 60 feet. Pulled the stormwater basin, stormwater detention area back. We discussed and reviewed number 1 and number 2, which were the analysis and discharge points that Alicia just talked about in the potential swale. Our sequence of presentation is to answer the questions that you had raised September 1st. We have one proposed stipulation adjustment, and then a standalone swale analysis, which is how we pursued the design and discussion with the town staff. Parking for townhomes, we now meet the town standards. We're not requesting a modification, and we have added 19 pervious surface parking spaces. The townhome setbacks, there were questions from residents and neighbors about distance from the street and height, the temporary construction easement, and affordable housing. In your package of information from the staff, you have information about all of these things, but not everybody watching or interested has probably seen that. So give me about 2 minutes here. This is a revised parking for the townhomes. Each townhome property condominium unit will have one parking space at the unit. We have resident surface parking to the rear of building 9 and 10. 5 of them are impervious surface, 10 of them would be pervious pavement, following the State Department of Environmental Quality standards. The loop road, which is the internal road around the center of the site, has 21 parking spaces on the inside of the road. 2 will be ADA spaces, would be pervious, that will be impervious, and 19 will be pervious. And the loop road outside, we have 9 as pervious, and those spaces that are pervious are the ones that would be used for recycling collection location by Orange County, and so we felt that it was better to have those being pervious rather than having them being impervious. Question about townhome building setback and building height. I misspelled the word height. The LUMO standard is 22 feet, and the summit proposal is 30 feet for setback from the street right-of-way line. And then the building height, the summit proposal relative to Irwin Road is 26 to 28 feet, and the building height allowed by the LUMO is 35 feet. Temporary construction easement along Dobbins Drive. Drawing on the left shows that path. Drawing on the right shows it maybe not as visible. What I've just added in the green area is the original shape of the lot that the hotel is on right now. And that green area was dedicated by Marriott to NCDOT back in about 2001. When NCDOT put in safety improvements and realigned Dobbins Drive. Affordable housing, question about why 2-bedroom units and not a split between 2 and 3-bedroom units. We went back and looked again at the numbers that we've looked at before. Since then, we've approved a couple of projects. And what we are proposing is that we at 7 2-bedroom units within the private sector market housing that's coming online that we can see, nobody is providing 2-bedroom units. 3-bedroom units from Aura, Bridgepoint, Weaver's Grove, 4-bedroom units, and studio and 1-bedroom units, but nobody's producing 2-bedroom units. And so we felt that was an important part and segment of the market to be able to serve. This is the one stipulation which we would like you to consider changing or adding a few words to. Temporary construction easement. If you look at this and see A, says provide plans to the property owner for review prior to public engagement. Well, we think the owner of the land that's got the easement on which something is going to happen ought to be able to see those plans before they become out for the public for engagement. So we suggest adding to number B, provide courtesy copies of all the plans to the property owner prior to any public engagement activity. We think it's a pretty fair request that the property owner be able to see and be aware of what the plans might be before they become public. Not to exert any pressure, but to be informed. This, if you see it, is what we saw presented last September 1st. The different 3 areas, 1 and 2 being the areas that the design stormwater system that we have in our plan set addresses. Area number 3 being the area of the swale. If I can move on from that, I'll go to the next presentation, or the presentation point, which would be this. Before I go into this, I'd like to be sure everybody understands that the farm pond lot, that 5-acre lot, was in the ownership of someone else until April of 2020. So all of the maintenance and all of the other activities and the water coming off of the pond and going across Summit Residence Inn hotel site really originates on the pond lot at that point. The channels that Alicia showed that have stormwater flow in them at the pond, that's improvements, or perhaps not improvements, but those were done by the prior owner. The possible swale in this location, you can see its general, let's say, shape and location. This is a little bit closer look at it. 350 feet or so, it's from there's a sort of a ridge right at this northern end of it. Stormwater from here flows to the north, stormwater from this location flows to the south. The design area that we've looked at is 350 feet plus or minus and 30 feet wide. If you were going to put tree protection fencing around that entire area, you would be looking at something about 400 feet by 40 feet. The pathway in to get to this property comes around and would create some disturbance also for the path in. There was a discussion at the September 1st meeting on how much, where were the trees, how much tree removal would take place. The area has been staked in the field, the sidelines of what would be this drainage swale. A tree survey was done, and that swale that on the previous slide, the 350 by 300 feet, has 2 deciduous, 8 evergreen cedar and 66 evergreen pine trees that are large enough to qualify to being put on a tree survey that the town requires. There are other smaller trees out there, more deciduous, but they don't meet that threshold level. Nevertheless, that's a significant number of trees out in that pathway. A quick look at the drainage area. This is clean area. The drainage line that the neighbors who are on the southeast side, east side here of Woodbridge Lane are concerned about comes from the area we've identified in here as 37,300 square feet, just a little bit less than an acre. The break line here, and this was visible on something on 1 or 2 of the drawings Alicia had, off of this side of the hotel, it flows back away from Woodbridge, and farther over here, it flows into the buffer area, but exits down in this corner at the southwest corner of the hotel property and the southeast corner of Woodbridge. This 5,500 square feet, just by the topographic run, comes down and pretty much goes directly into the front of 118 and 116 Woodbridge. Gives you just a little bit better visual idea. The swale that's depicted here and the one that's been provided to the town staff and for which we've done a stormwater impact analysis of the swale running that distance would pick up about 28,500 square feet of the 37,000 square feet. So about, I don't know, about 60% of that, I guess. And it would come down on the swale and it would discharge to the south, and the swale would end before it reaches the Resource Conservation District buffer and well before it reaches the wetlands. Peak discharge rate for Q10 and Q100 being 10-year storm and 100-year storm, we reduce the flow by about 75% that reaches the property boundary. We've also done a preliminary estimated cost, and it's not all inclusive because this is not yet a design that would be complete. It's about $200,000 to $225,000. What it includes is within that area that would be disturbed, it includes tree cutting that's done by hand or by chainsaw or by other method, but it's not done by graders and other things that would just knock over trees and trample the ground, if you will. So our estimated cost is that everything would be done by hand for cutting and clearance. And we have not included a tree replacement program because without a complete design, we wouldn't know what that is. So that's the cost that we think is probably the bottom end. Let's go back here for 1 second to the stormwater information from last time. Area 1, we are, with the design that's proposed, reducing the stormwater flow by about 75 to 78% for all storms 1 through 100. For Area 2, we are, which is what is in the plan, we are reducing from the 1 year to the 25-year storm by about 75%. The 100-year storm is 50%. And Area 3 is what we're discussing. So what we see here as issues or concerns and considerations, we reduce with the swale, we reduce the drainage area that's affecting 108 to 118. We reduce peak stormwater flow. We have a fairly high tree loss, and we have a pretty expensive project. Considerations that we see them, because this is a buffer that right now has a limitation that's to be undisturbed, is to implement the swale or any other measure, I suppose. The council would need to affirmatively act to permit some limited activity in the buffer. We have found no other option that significantly reduces the stormwater flow in this area. The limited question, does the limited activity warrant the cost of construction and the loss of the trees? And it's very expensive, and it's a cost that I guess I would say is almost impossible for the project to bear. And the applicant proposes to design and install the swale, and that the town use stormwater utility funds to reimburse the applicant and that the terms of the reimbursement would be established well before any construction or any approval of the project would take place. We think that in the stipulations that exist now, the stipulate in section 2 of the revised ordinance, there's stipulation 8, landscape buffer encroachment, you can read, but no encroachment or land disturbance is permitted within the 100-foot buffer on the new hotel lot as proposed by the applicant without additional approval from the town council. We absolutely agree with that. We think what it means, or what it could mean, and this is town to determine, we think it means you could approve the rezoning request, refer this standalone stormwater swale issue and solution to the town manager so that we, the applicant, and the town manager and town staff can study it further in the detail it needs to be studied to determine more precisely what can be done and what can't be done and what it would cost. And that could bring back a recommendation from the manager or a set of options from the manager. If a solution that includes the swale at some point is adopted, stipulation 3 in section 2 would need to be changed, as the amount of additional disturbance to do this is probably in the 18 to 20,000 square foot range. And that's our presentation. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. All right. Council, I'll bring this back to you for clarifying questions before we hear from the public. And Ms. Ryan?
Hi. My first question is for stormwater staff. So is the flooding that happens in Summerfield the result, is it being caused by the residents in? Is it an existing condition? Can you give me an idea of who's responsible for that?
So the residents in that property is upstream from Summerfield. It's probably a combination. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what is the cause. From some site visits, there is overflow occurring from that stormwater control measure and that farm pond. Any measure is going to discharge from a stormwater control measure because it has to draw down, and that discharge will flow downstream. So there is a source coming from there. And then of course, any site in itself is housing imperviousness and causes runoff. So, there's multiple runoff, that originates from different places.
Okay. I think that's the only stormwater question I guess for Becky. If the part of this application revokes the SUP, does the 100-foot buffer travel into the new conditional zoning, or is that revoked also?
I believe it's, sorry. Sorry. Sorry about that.
No problem.
I believe the deed restricted buffer is a separate, it's a separate deed restriction, so it would carry through. And we also have included a stipulation that to leave it undisturbed without cancel action.
Okay. One more. What is the rationale for not providing a 30-foot easement all the way across the front of the property for the path?
I believe that was what our transportation staff preferred, but the applicant was reluctant to give up that much and believes that the 19.1 feet would be sufficient. But so it was a compromise between the applicant and the transportation staff.
Okay, and so transportation staff is satisfied with that 19 feet?
I think they would still prefer the full 30-foot that they have originally been asking for. But it's easier to get what we can now rather than have to ask for something later. So that was the most that the applicant was willing to give.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Parker?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to stormwater for a minute if we can. So first question, which sort of I think relates to what Ms. Ryan asked, is the existing stormwater management system that I guess the Residence Hotel has, number one, I think you said that it would not be compliant with current regulations, although it was compliant with the regulations that were in effect when the hotel was built. Is that correct?
So the current stormwater control measure, just like any other thing, needs maintenance and upkeep, and certain maintenance needs to be performed on it to make it fully functional.
So do we know why maintenance hasn't been performed on it? Don't they have an obligation with stormwater to submit an annual report and do annual inspections? So are they just not being compliant with the rules that they're supposed to follow?
So I can also refer this to Scott, but so essentially, we do have a requirement. Certain things, there's certain times where a certain event or certain experiences of things, might fall out of place between those annual inspections. And if it's not self-reported or no one informs, we don't have the capacity to go out every month to every SEM in this city. I mean, I have hundreds of them mapped at this point. So, we were notified and we're aware of it. And then knowing that there was a pending application, certain maintenance has been put off based on the action taken by council tonight to determine, before they were put in hundreds of $1,000s or whatever was required, if they knew that they were going to have to redesign that stormwater control measure based on this conditional zoning.
Okay, but because of what appears to be, I don't want to make any accusations, appears to be a failure to maintain that stormwater I mean, don't they have some sort of liability for the damage that it may be causing by discharging into people's yards?
So failure is a strong word. So it is functioning to a certain degree. I think the thing that we're concerned about is over time, as I mentioned, this was approved and constructed in 2005, is that there's sediment buildup in these ponds. And usually the sediment has to be removed in order to retain full capacity. And that's typical for a practice that's been around 20 years. In terms of the liability, I mean, this is a question also for our town lawyers. What is the town's ability to, take any sort of legal action? That is not a question that I can answer in terms of what the liability is that the town will go after any sort of property owner.
Okay, then two additional questions, and I know that you haven't had a chance to review the latest and greatest plan, so if you can't answer, that's fine. But how much, and again, I think Ms. Ryan asked this, but at least some fraction of the flooding that Summerfield is experiencing is due to, just it's a piece of property. It has a farm pond that's been there way before Summerfield was, and that some of that flooding is due to that. Some may be due to the residents in. The regulations, right, require, I mean, just to make sure I'm understanding the baseline, the regulations require that any new project, any new development, the runoff to adjacent properties be no worse than it was before the project. And so at least some of this runoff, in theory, is not the responsibility of the applicant. Is that a fair statement, or am I misunderstanding the rules?
So I've had a lot of conversation with the engineer for this project to go back to the original 2005 design as it was intended to be constructed prior, because usually what happens at this stage is that they will survey the existing site and determine what the runoff is. Because of some of the issues with the SEM, the engineer and I have gone back to discuss the 2005 approved plan and the approved runoff rates to try to mimic what those were prior to see what the comparison was between 2005 and now, to make sure that there wasn't any exceedance because of what's going on site with the current stormwater control measure. And the farm pond may also be a contributing factor as well. And that was never part of any of these designs from the beginning, from 2005, because the farm pond's on an adjacent site that they didn't own until last year.
Okay, so then I guess is it possible either for the applicant or for you, Ms. Goldstein, we saw numbers like it would reduce, runoff by 75% or 50, a bunch of numbers. But, and I think that, many phenomena are linear and many aren't. So would it be correct to assume that if you reduce runoff by 75%, that you'll reduce flooding by 75%? How do we translate the reductions in flow to how it will actually affect the properties that are currently flooding? Does it mean the flooding will go away altogether? It will happen only 25% as often, or the water will be only 25% as deep? How do we make sense of that?
That's a great question. Flow rates are not proportional to flooding. That's not a 1-for-1. It's not like the flooding, flooding is an instance that happens because of many sort of characteristics of events. And it's hard to just say one flow event, because a flooding could be the soil's been saturated because it's had small storm events, small flows over the course of 3 days, and the soil's saturated and it can't absorb anymore. And so more runoff will occur, causing drainage issues. And these models are based on a single storm event. So it doesn't take into account antecedent and dry weather, what the soil conditions are in the surface. The reduced flows do tell us that the amount of flow leaving the site is lower. And that's always a good thing, because what we're trying to do is reduce how much flow is reduced at a single point. So we look at cubic feet per second. And so the idea is to try to reduce how much is being released. So it's slowly released over a period. So you're not just having like a downpour, like when you turn on a sink, you turn on your sink, you have different flow rates. And if you turn it on too fast, your sink probably maybe ponds up sometimes, where the water's not draining down the bottom of the sink. So basically that's sort of the same idea, is that we're trying to, when you have a drip, the water's going to drain the sink. But I'm trying to get an analogy. I don't know if anyone's experienced that, where you maybe put on the sink water too fast and then it kind of, maybe you don't have clogging. So the idea is to reduce the flow rate, to reduce the potential that sort of ponding would happen. It doesn't say that flooding is not possible. We're just trying to reduce the risk. And in terms of what that probability reduction is, it's really hard to say with our changing climate and sort of the way in which we can't predict every single situation.
Okay, well, I've taken up too much time already, so thank you. I really appreciate that.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, then Ms. Gu, then Mr. Boynton.
Yeah, thank you. My question really has to do with kind of who's responsible for dealing with the stormwater. And I do think this is a question for our attorney, or Alicia, maybe you, I don't know, but based on what you're saying, I understand that it's not one thing, that it's a confluence of things, but it does sound like some of the stormwater that Summerfield Crossing is experiencing is coming from this site. So the applicant is asking the town to reimburse for a potential swale, but I'd like to understand why that would be the case if there's maybe liability is too strong a word, but if there's stormwater coming off of that site, then why would we pay for that remediation?
Yeah, that's a great question. In terms of who pays for what and costs, I can't speak to, that requirement. That's been a conversation. We believe that council needs to make a determination of how to use public funding for, private projects. We work a lot with our stormwater control measures. I have several projects I'm ongoing. We work with them to get into timelines. And I'm sure that depending on the outcome, I know, having worked with residents on other issues, we discovered a list discharge and they immediately address it. Depending on how the outcome, we set a timeline, and we have not had an issue where within 6 months, projects are functioning once we do the inspection and we figure it out. In terms of liability and who's responsible for cost, that's a whole nother issue that cannot address.
So is that something that's at our discretion, or is there some sort of legal guidance that we can have from Ms. Anderson about what, I mean, if it's just our discretion, then okay, but is there anything else we should be taking into account in terms of that request?
Councilmember Anderson, when you talk about our discretion, do you mean as to the expenditure of funds, of town funds to address the, I'm not aware at this moment that the town was considering expending town funds on private property. So this is a new question for me. This is a new issue in this project, and it may be that Mr. Jones has more information about that notion than I do, but it probably won't come as a surprise to you that I think there would be challenges, legal challenges to a proposal of that nature.
Okay, so this wasn't, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. The only thing I would add is that as far as we know, this would be unprecedented for the town to do this in a stormwater, with the stormwater funds. But we can certainly, if council is interested, do a little more research on that and get back to you on it.
Yeah, and just we were talking about liability to neighboring landowners and potential liability to the town, which are two different issues. The first is a private civil matter that I'm not sure how tightly we can wrap that into a conditional zoning. Liability to the town would be more of an issue of violations of town requirements, which is a little different than some kind of monetary or damage related liability. But it's a bigger question, I think, than we can address in this hearing if it's council's interest in having more information about that.
I'm not particularly interested, but others can weigh in. But I was just trying to understand kind of where that was coming from, or just sanity check.
Understood. Thank you.
In terms of, so it sounds like too that in terms of the stormwater that is coming into Summerfield Crossing, that's an issue between Summerfield Crossing and the hotel that needs to be litigated or not, or worked out between them. Is that fair?
Yeah, as a general proposition, I think that's a fair characterization. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Ms. Gu, then Mr. Boynton, then Ms. Stegman.
Yeah, well, it's another stormwater question. So I read the analysis for the swell, and it seems like its goal for that analysis is very confined to that small section around 118. So I do not understand what is the reason for that, given that because we're going to have a significant amount of land disturbance, we're going to fill a pond, we're going to, regrade that whole area. So why that we're not doing a whole analysis for the whole area, for the property adjacent to the Summerfield Crossing and the Berry Patch Lane, the whole area, and to see that if additional stormwater, like a swell that needs to run through the whole boundary or the buffer area, because it seems like from your stormwater, the swell analysis, there is another 75% reduction that needs to be done. It seems like it is pretty significant remaining stormwater issue that need to be addressed beyond what the current detention pond that has been proposed by the applicant.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen just to give a little context to what you're asking. Oh boy. Okay, so hopefully you can see. So we went through various iterations and discussions with them to figure out what was, where we got to this point. And so I just want to point out that I had conversations about them. Should it be a swale? Should it be a pipe? So both of them are shown here. One of the reasons why was that where the hotel comes down to sort of where we think around the landscape buffer, there already is a drop off sort of swale here. And so I thought that could be utilized. There's challenges with the grade. When the pond got moved out of the landscape buffer, the grading makes it very tight. The pipe would be about 460 feet, and the pipe would only be up to like the 25-year event. It would only take the drawdown. It wouldn't take, all the overflow, because if they did a pipe, the only way they could do it with the grade would be higher up in the riser structure. And then the swale, and then this would be the swale, which is what the landscape buffer is now. So this icon is sort of where the photo was taken here, and this photo was taken right here. So I just why we're also looking is all these solutions are trade-offs. And so some of the trade-offs are between performance goals, costs, tree removal. So this is sort of an overview of the general things, and why there's no perfect solution and why there's input is like, what does the town value? Who's paying for it? Pipes are very expensive to install. Swales are a lot cheaper. What is the performance, as you're asking? Do you want to try to do a pipe and try to divert the water from the stormwater control measure, which is going to be a higher flow than the area coming off the lawn? So there's a lot of variables in play. I think there's been some questions about what is the resolution for disturbing that buffer or not, and also this cost question. So I just wanted to provide some overviews. Maybe this will help you show you why there's all these considerations being proposed, and there's trade-offs determining what is prioritized and who's going to pay the cost for it.
Well, I'm not sure that exact answer my question. My question is why that swell is only being proposed right next to 118 that like only analyzed the need for the swell in that small section. Why does not cover the whole boundary between the two property lines?
I mean, part of the analysis, I think that was what drove Scott and the development team was with specific with respect to the residents on Woodbridge Lane. And because, as he pointed out, there is a ridge line. So there's a ridge line between the east and the west that sort of water is flowing towards the Resource Conservation District, like towards where the pond is, and then toward the stream. And water is also naturally going the other way. There was initial conversation about having a swale go in the other direction, but then where is the discharge? And once you put things in a swale, it is more concentrated. So it makes more sense to only having a swale go towards a stream where you know that there is a feature that can accept it. If you're building a swale where the ridge line is and you're going towards the other, like the west side of the Summerfield crossing, the swale has to release the water, and then you're having a concentrated amount of water in a swale being released. So you might be diverting the problems to somewhere else. So therefore it was left with having a swale only being on a portion of the site based on the current topography of the ridge lines, so they don't exacerbate how much disturbance they do with the landscape buffer, only trying to do what they need to do for the residents who are experiencing issues. And the residents on Berry Patch have not informed the town that there's issues there. And so we don't want to go and disturb the buffer and create a swale there. And then where does that swale go? I mean, the swale has to go to somewhere because the water in there has to discharge. Does that help?
Yeah, well, I understand when you say that the swale to the north doesn't have a discharge site. Yes. But on the other hand, I mean, from the swale analysis on the south side, it seems like at least the engineer who did the swale analysis does conclude that there is a significant amount of runoff goes beyond what the current stormwater control measure is providing. So because the reduction of 75% is very significant. So if we do not do something, I'm not saying just a simple swell, might be some other thing might be necessary, but without that kind of additional measure, how can we be sure that the residents on the north side of the ridge will not be experiencing new flooding after this new significant amount of townhouses being developed?
I would say the most important thing to think about, and it's difficult because it's not a town LUMO requirement, is sort of where the discharge from that stormwater control measure is going. You know, everything within that property will have curb and gutter. All the rooftops will be tied into the stormwater control measure. All the imperviousness will be contained and collected on that site and retained. So it's not like, I don't perceive that surface runoff is going to come sheet flowing over. It's really concentrated as to where that stormwater control measure is discharging. And that's continuously, when you have sites like this, not near a stream where you can just directly discharge, that's where the most area of concern. They do have, you know, they're discharging out of a 100-foot landscape buffer with a natural thing. And then it goes back to the question of how much do you want these buffers, you know, what is the trade-off, and then where is it going?
Yeah, well,
So,
I understand. I just feel like there is a, you know, we only analyze that the south side, but on the north side, actually there are significant amount of land disturbance to the pond and a significant amount of buildup with the townhomes. So that's my question, because I haven't seen it has been addressed in the analysis. The analysis actually is in that very focused area. It doesn't address the whole boundary. So that's my concern.
Okay.
Mr. Boynton, then Ms. Stegman.
Yep, I have a question. Most of my other questions have been answered. And again, this goes back to stormwater. But the piping option that she mentions, I know that Mr. Radway has given a cost estimate for the swale, and you know, would love to get some staff analysis at some point about that. But I guess with respect to piping, do you have some sense of what the cost would be? I know that you said it would be a higher cost than a swale, but any sense of what that might cost piping?
I don't have a quote figure for that. I don't know if Scott looked into the cost for it or not.
We have a preliminary, like with the swale, we have a preliminary cost estimate, which is about $225,000 to do that. The pipe comes out and has to get pretty deep behind the hotel on an angle. And then we're talking about 500 feet of pipe. And from the standpoint of cost, the pipe is the cheapest piece of all of that. Everything else is the movement of earth and getting in and out safely. Relative, if I can answer one added piece to this is, or separating piece that might also answer a little bit of what Council Member Goose question is the full length getting down to that swale along that side. So I'm going to say that whole northern portion, that has been analyzed and it has been looked at. And in specific, we looked at a small area there, about another 150 to 200 feet that was north of what's drawn and shown on the swales that you've looked at. And we really, I think, applicants feeling, and I think it's the staff, that going further up there, we would start to have to fill in order to get discharge down and draw a swale that had slope. We'd have to start filling in the buffer. And that would be just as damaging to the number of trees and other things as would be putting a swale in. And so part of it was the water was going a different way naturally. And we would do more damage if we did a swale up further within the buffer. Mr. Bounce's question, when we looked at this swale, we looked at it as a standalone. I'd say a standalone project, a standalone activity, because we had not proposed any development or any disturbance in the 100-foot buffer in that area at all. And we have a completely separate design system that does meet all the town's requirements. And so when we started to look at what could be done and when it would be done, and the when part is really important for, I think, the analysis and whether or not you want to take a big leap forward and do something for the first time. You know, we've been doing a lot of things for the first time for the last 2 years. So when we looked at that, we were saying that if we have to run a pipe or run a pipe to the swale or run a pipe behind the hotel, that's about 3 to 4 years out in project. And if we just did a limited swale, which is 350 feet in length, yes, there's disturbance. And I mean we, meaning you decide that it needs to be done, we can't afford it. But if it's put in there, we're talking about doing a limited disturbance compared to the other activities, and we're talking about doing something that could be done, you know, within 12 months so that those residents could get immediate relief. Maybe it could be done in the spring and it would get them relief next summer when the hurricane season starts. But we did it as a individual standalone project to be able to understand how the pieces would fit together. Overall, if we did the pipe at the top and the swale at the bottom, we're over the $500,000 mark. And so the question, I think Councilmember Gu asked a good question. And as Alicia was talking about, there are trade-offs. There's $500,000 and the loss of probably 100 trees, but 76 that we know meet the tree survey requirements. Where does that fit where the benefit is 6 houses? We did not propose to do this to begin with. Your Stormwater Advisory Board suggested that it get looked at. You asked us and we've looked at it. We're not, apart from the fact that it's really expensive, what we're saying is to do this, you council have to do a couple of pieces. We've talked about it, but one is got to allow an incursion into the buffer. And that means you have to get rid of the deed restriction and the 100 feet undisturbed buffer in the special use permit in some fashion. And so those are both of these are answers that really fall in your lap. Like somebody said earlier, the stipulation for the buffer.
We need to keep moving along, Scott. Thank you. Alan, was that your question?
Yep, that's it.
Thank you. Ms. Stegman?
This is just a question for staff. It's kind of a two-parter, but I don't think long. Could you remind me why we're not having the applicant do the Dobbins multi-use path? And I'm sorry, I know you have told us that before, but the follow-up is the real question. Would we usually ask for a payment in lieu or some other, especially since they're not giving us, have not agreed at this point to provide the amount of the 30 feet that we would like to have for that path?
So the multi-use path is shown on our mobility plan. So that's something that the town, we just want the easement to allow for future construction of it, and the path itself would be located, it would be within the right of way. It wouldn't be on their property. So I don't think, I mean, we haven't had any discussions about a payment in lieu. I'm not sure if that is typical for this type of thing. But as I said earlier, I think, I can't remember if it was Councilmember Ryan or Anderson asked about the 19.1 foot versus 30 foot. That was what we reached a compromise with the applicant about the width there, if that's what you were asking about as well. I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, that answers my question. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, Alicia, has stormwater staff had a chance to evaluate whether the swale would actually function as well as we're guessing it would? I know you've sort of gone around that question, but have you had an opportunity to really work those numbers and to take a look at it and to figure out whether it solves the issue or abates it to a level that would reduce the flooding significantly for the homeowners downhill?
I actually think Ernest is maybe on the phone about this. Unfortunately, I was on, he might be able to answer more directly.
Ernest, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you.
Let me, yeah, good evening. So we, as staff, has reviewed the swell, and Scott's presentation clearly showed that there'll be about 75% reduction. And but I also believe that a combination of this routing the orifice pipe, as Alicia showed, will help significantly to reduce the impact downstream.
Okay. So you guys have reviewed it and you're in agreement with the numbers that were shown. Just wanted to make sure we did our own analysis to make sure. And I'm also understanding that we could make the changes to the agreement about the buffer in order to put a swale in. That's not difficult to do from our end. That the applicant would have to pay for the pipe anyway for the stormwater abatement. So having the applicant pay for the swale instead, in my mind, I know it's a big number, but until we get a number about what the pipe would cost, I don't think it's a big number from the difference of what the pipe would cost to what the swale would cost. So we will hear more from our public now and then come back for council debate, please. Mr. Parker, if you will call in 2 folks at a time, and we ask you, we do want to hear from you. We've been reading your emails. We ask you to please stay within the 3-minute time limit, and please call them in.
Okay, we have Harvey Krasny, followed by Linda Brown, and I believe Dr. Krasny is on the phone.
I'm testing this now. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Right. Council, good evening. Marriott is attempting to change the zoning here, and by that to eliminate the existing SUP, which will allow them to remove all the restrictions that a previous council in place to protect our neighborhood from their additional expansion into what was an all residential community. Council, please don't throw our all residential neighborhood, your constituents, under the bus now. The council previously had not specifically had set specific stipulations for Summit to follow in their SUP. Build no more than 108 rooms, but provide no restaurant service, no building taller than 45 feet with a 3-floor maximum, and provide a permanent deed-restrictive buffer of untouched vegetation. I repeat, untouched vegetation 100 feet from the common property line with Summerfield Crossing, which, by the way, is also listed specifically in the Orange County recorded deeds, not SUP. We question their need now for more hotel rooms. At a local hotel owners meeting in late 2018, it was stated that the area hotel rooms were even being underutilized by 20%. And that was during the pre-COVID period, folks. We question the Marriott unsupported and unsubstantiated need for more hotel rooms. Folks, there comes a time when the town needs to step up and say enough is enough. Wasted space and these additional hotel rooms will only invite more stormwater due to the additional spaces in the impervious surface parking lot. As for their townhome proposal, granted that we need more good, affordable residences in Chapel Hill, period. Summit is proposing 52 townhomes in a 5-acre space next to the hotel that is now zoned R2 and meant to hold a maximum of 20 homes comfortably. 52 townhomes instead of 20 will sacrifice the green space and decent recreation space for the townhome residents in this site. Side homes, sidewalks do not count as recreation space, folks. We believe adding more townhomes above the density now allowed on this parcel, 20 townhomes maximum, is overkill, self-seeking, and a blatant disregard for the future homeowners' quality of life due to overcrowding. Plus, it will only invite more stormwater on these impervious surfaces. Council, again, please don't dissolve our SUP protections in this all-residential neighborhood by changing the zoning and throwing your constituents under the bus. And please don't allow the unnecessary and unneeded hotel expansion and the overcrowding of the townhome complex with 2.5 times more townhomes than the space will reasonably allow. Thank you, Mayor and Town Council, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Okay, Linda Brown, followed by Shigang Hu.
Thank you. I would like to say that I do believe that the swale will solve the problem. And the problem has existed before, yes, but the problem was twofold. The problem was the pond as well as the hotel. I had gone up to the hotel after a heavy rain and I stood there and I watched their containment basin flowing over. And I actually contacted the manager and left a message about the problem, and I never got a response. And I believe that was Christmas Eve last year. So the problem is twofold. The containment pond that Mr. Radway is proposing is going to also discharge that water into the buffer as well. So between the containment pond discharging the water into the buffer, I think that also answers Ms. Gu's question about the homes to the north, because the land on the north side, the water normally drains towards the north. It doesn't really come down into the buffer area. Thank you.
Okay, Shigang Hu, followed by Michael Hoppe. And I apologize if I have mispronounced any names.
Is it Michael Hopper next?
No.
Yeah, well, you can go ahead while we're waiting on Ms. Hu to come in. Go ahead, please.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, as I was listening to the stormwater answers and questions and answers, it raised so many red flags. I would love to respond to it. Let me stick to my three original points that I want to make. Again, my name is Michael Hopper on 205 Windhover Drive. So the first point, what I'm for, keep the original zoning, put 20 single-family homes, townhouses, or apartment units on it. Keep the pond as an attraction, not just as a overflow retention basin. Create green spaces and walkability, and protect the neighbors below from water damage. That's clearly possible, desirable, and I've always supported that. Point two, I'm also for our leadership, i.e. the town council, to walk the talk as it decides on the proposal before it. Examples: you desire and promote walkability in Chapel Hill. This proposal is the opposite. You desire and promote car independence in Chapel Hill. This proposal is the opposite. You desire more green spaces in Chapel Hill. This proposal is just the opposite. You also desire and promote affordable housing, except for the 7 of the 52 units. This is not affordable housing. Next, you also desire and promote more housing density. This proposal is density overkill. So I'd like the council, our leadership, to walk the talk. Point three, the argument has been made that this proposal is better than the ones before. To me, that's no argument at all. Number one, recall point 1 and 2 that I just made. They speak to that. Number two, as an analogy, do I marry my third partner and/or love because he or she comes across better than the first two? Is that enough? to make a decision, a very important decision, or it's more polemically. If the developer had proposed a munition depot on the side, you would have approved it? I probably think no. If the developer would have proposed then a landfill, would you approve it? Probably no. If the developer then proposed a gas station, would you now say, oh, that's the best we have had, let's approve it? Admittedly, that's polemic. But the point I want to make, the better than before argument is no argument at all in my view. You may call it pragmatism or realism. I call it giving in to the pressures of the developers and, more importantly, not living your own values.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper.
Thank you.
Okay. And again, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it. Qigong Hu, followed by Ivy Belsky.
You're muted. There you go. We can't hear you still. Not hearing you.
Hear me?
Can we hear you now?
Lightly.
Could you hear me?
Very, very lightly. Can you turn your volume up?
Yes. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
There we go.
Okay. Okay. Good evening. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah, I heard about this proposal actually, I mean, for the final this meeting, just like last weekend, I would say several things, several points. First of all, I think this proposed construction is really huge work, right? Like they need to cut a lot of trees, they need to build a swale, they need to build an extension of a hotel and build many townhouse and parking. And our neighborhood, our community is Irving Village. Just the opposite to this area is across the street, which means it will affect our community a lot. There are a lot of inconvenience will happen. I feel, first of all, in this project not, I'm doubt the, transparency because I did not get properly informed until, one neighbor told us last weekend, and we understand, oh, there's this important meeting and the important development is going to build in our area. This is number one I want to see. Number two, I want to see, this development, they really affect our neighborhood. I mean, the old neighborhood. We can think about there are a lot of noise. They will make a lot of traffic. They cut off a lot of trees. They make all these not convenient things happen. And should we, all our neighborhood should pay for them? Why we should, bear all this? And especially for myself, is I have one small baby. He's just 1 year and 2 months old now. We imagine since the COVID, he most of time stay at home. And now he started to learn work. So he started go outside, except to go to the park. They also enjoy, just to work, started to work in out of our home, to the community, to the neighborhood. And why? For many years, he needed, bear of this noise, bear of this control dust from all these buildings, all this development. So I want to ask the developer how you control, all this inconvenience to the neighborhoods, to the neighbors, and how you control the noise, how you control the dust, how you control this traffic, how you control all this huge work, especially for my case is I really concern our babies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ivy Belsky, followed by Nova Scheller.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ivy Belsky. I live on Woodbridge Lane. Our community obviously does experiencing flooding. I just like to voice my support for the swale. If some way the town can work with the developer to help make this happen as part of the condition for the development getting approved, it would just really help our community. If this is developed without the stormwater controls, our affordable community may no longer be affordable for some people if they have to get flooding insurance or spend thousands of dollars to improve our community due to something caused by someone else. So just something to please think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nova Scheller, followed by Young Lee.
Not seeing that.
I don't have Nova Scheller or Young Lee, but Margot.
Okay, we have Margot Ginsburg, followed by Emily Johnson then.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Margot Ginsburg. Hold on, let me position for video if you'd like. All right, there we are. I'm a resident in Irwin Village on McGregor Drive, and I'd like to thank the council for their diligence in discussing the stormwater issues regarding this project and my neighbors down in Summerfield Crossing. And it sounds like, given the issues that were presented, the owners have not showed a lack of compliance with the current regulations in place in their reporting and have not proven to be a good steward of their current property and a considerate neighbor to the surrounding communities. As such, it would be best that we have more deliberate consideration for this project before we let it move ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, Emily Johnson, followed by Robert Beasley.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi there. Good evening. The project that is being proposed here goes against the environmental stewardship goals of the town of Chapel Hill to improve local waterways and conserve biological ecosystems. The pond on the site forms part of the lower Booker Creek watershed. Why is the development proposed so dense? Why does there have to be that many townhomes? This leads into my second point about the effects of extra traffic produced by the site on Irwin Road and its junction with Fordham Boulevard. In the post-pandemic Chapel Hill, Fordham Boulevard northbound, now that the kids are back at school, is backed up at 8 a.m. in the morning to Eastgate Crossing, the Ephesus Road junction. That's for that period in the morning, the school rush period. There's too much traffic congestion on Fordham Boulevard from Irwin Road junction to the Ephesus Road Eastgate Crossing. From 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. on weekday afternoons when you pick up the kids from school, Fordham Boulevard is frequently at a standstill down to Ephesus Road. From Fordham Boulevard, it's down from Europa Drive down to all the way down to Eastgate Crossing. It's extremely busy there on weekday afternoons. It's almost impossible to use the U-turn lane to turn left up onto Irwin Road. There's nonstop traffic then coming down off the hill past the proposed site off Irwin Road, coming down the hill on weekday afternoons. And if I'm trying to get out onto Irwin Road to go down to Fordham Boulevard to take my kids to classes, it takes about, sometimes it can take a minute to 90 seconds just to turn out onto Irwin Road. Joining onto Fordham Boulevard. The traffic light at Fordham Boulevard is frequently backed up at Irwin Road. So down at the bottom of the hill, down near Dobbins Drive, that traffic light frequently backs up to the current hotel entrance. Please do not change the current zoning. This proposal is too dense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Robert Beasley, followed by H. Morgan.
Hello.
Hello.
I haven't heard any discussion tonight on the expected cost or target household AMI percentages of the townhomes in the development. I'm concerned that this development does not address the priority needs identified in the Economic Sustainability Committee's housing study. With only 7 affordable housing units, the additional 45 units appear to provide housing that will further increase the already high 2/3 demographic of working Chapel Hill residents that commute outside of town for work. It's unclear that the town has a legal obligation to grant this conditional zoning application. Without addressing the priority housing needs of the town, the only benefits the proposal brings to the town are the questionable and uncertain benefits to flooding issues that could be addressed independent of proceeding with this development. It appears the development only contributes to the town's immediate and future economic, traffic, and climate change challenges. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, H. Morgan, and then followed, I believe, by Julie McClintock. Have we located Mr. or Ms. Morgan?
I am trying to promote H. Morgan to panelist. As well as Ms. McClintock.
Why don't we go to Ms. McClintock and then we'll catch up with Mr. or Ms. Morgan.
So it looks like I'm having a little trouble making Zoom promote them. So I just allowed H. Morgan to speak.
Okay.
And I am asking to unmute.
Yes, I just wanted to just very briefly and very concisely vote in favor of the project. This pandemic has induced an unprecedented amount of demands in a myriad of regards, one of which is a dire need for housing. The bow is breaking. Inevitably, the town is growing. I'm a proponent of growth, of progress. This is the direction that we're going in. I fully support that. And I do believe that there could be a win-win across the board between all parties involved, be it constituents, residents, and so forth. Albeit we haven't a plethora of transplants coming into Orange County, coming into the Triangle area. And I believe that we can responsibly proceed with this project. It's just a matter of cooperation on all sides, be it from the developer, the applicant, the town, and the constituents such as myself. That's basically what I wanted to get in edgewise. Thank you very kindly. I vote in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. McClintock does not wish to speak on this item, so that is the last speaker that we have either signed up or with a raised hand.
All right. Well, thank you for your comments. I bring it back to council for discussion and or consideration of a vote. Mr. Parker.
Yeah, I think it's kind of self-evident that there are a lot of unanswered questions. I just did want to, if I may interject a question rather than a comment here, is what, we keep talking about the reductions. What are the regulations that they need to be following? How much of what is being proposed in terms of the swale or any other stormwater management, thing that's been proposed to us tonight, how much of that is over and above what our stormwater regulations require, if any of it is?
Yeah, so I'll briefly touch on that. And I know there's a work session on stormwater regulations next week. So you'll be getting a whole meeting about that. They're meeting the standard LUMO 5.4 sections, which is regards to peak flows, 2-year 24-hour, the 2-year 24-hour storm event retention drawdown over 2 to 5 days. And then we require discharge to happen outside of the setbacks. So this being, the discharge from the pond would occur 100 feet from the property line that would meet our minimum requirements.
So much of what's being proposed is again, let me not put words in anybody's mouth, is what is being proposed in excess of what our stormwater regulations require?
In terms of building a swale, and that is something, the council can take up as a rezoning. Is that something, that is a benefit to the community or something you want to negotiate with the developer? But in terms of actual requirement from the stormwater, that is not within our current regulations.
Got it. Thank you.
So I know council is concerned that they wouldn't want to move forward with a project that was going to create more stormwater flooding for neighbors. But I think we're still struggling with, is this the right answer? And I don't think the town, it sounds like it would be difficult legally and precedent wise for the town to pay for this particular swale option. So I think it might be incumbent to get those pricings back from the applicant and an assurance. I don't know how the council feels about the other stipulations that were reached in compromise with the staff. If you wanted to discuss those, and then we could ask for this to come back after there's been a little bit more investigation. I'm kind of sensing that you still feel there's questions you need answered before you can make a final decision. Am I reading that right from folks? Okay. So, okay. And staff, do you feel like you've heard the questions that need to be answered? Or are you still concerned that you're not sure what we're really asking?
I guess I just want to understand, is it the preference to move forward with a plan to disturb the buffer? Is that something that is amenable as a solution that we should seriously make sure that will be allowed?
I think we'd really like to know the answer to, is a swale in your opinions, in your professional opinions, an answer? And I think the council would be willing to go into the buffer or allow that to happen if that is truly an answer that works. And I see Ms. Ryan with her hand up in just a minute. So I think that's one of the questions, if the staff believes that that answer could work. I'm feeling like the council would be willing to go into the buffer to do that. And it sounds like the neighbors are also have been talking about they're willing to have the buffer penetrated in order to do a swale if it reduces. And I know that we have a tree planting program, so there may be some partnership available for putting trees back. I understand trees would have to be taken down, but I've also walked back there and there were not, as said, there are lots of pines, but there could be other types of trees planted back there to give some diversity that might be even more effective. So Ms. Ryan, you had a statement or a question?
I do, just to add to that, I would start where you are and I would back up a little bit. For me, this is something unprecedented that we've never done before, right? We're essentially coming in and we're wanting to build a stormwater facility on something that's not our property. We're also jumping ahead of a lot of other stormwater projects and other projects on our list. We have lots of flooding in town and we have people who've been waiting, and I am sympathetic to anybody who's watching the water rise, but it's not just this neighborhood. So I think that one of the things I would like to hear from staff is, what is our normal procedure for helping neighbors like this, right? Is this a very extraordinary thing that we're suggesting to do? How could we get them on a stormwater list if we wanted to do this project? So I just, again, I would back up a little bit. If we down the road decide that the swale will work, I'm okay with building it, but I don't think I'm at the point where I'm deciding, am I okay with building the swale? I think we need to just step back from that a little bit.
I want to make sure you're understanding the town's not agreeing to build or pay for it. The applicant would do this.
Okay, well, the applicant right now is saying they will not do that.
And that may be a point of contention. Our attorney told us it would be very unusual for us to be able to do this. So I didn't get the feeling from council we were willing to cross that line.
Okay,
yes,
good. Because
right.
And I don't think so I think we're very far apart on that negotiating thing.
Okay.
I also, when staff comes back, I know in other developments, for instance, at Aura, the developer was required to put in a multi-use path at their own expense. So if we could have some analysis from staff about what is our usual practice and so how to think about requiring that here, I would really appreciate that. And we haven't talked about the affordable housing mix here at all. I know that we had asked earlier to get more 3-bedroom units, and I know the developer made a case for putting in the 2. I think that's something else we need to talk about a little bit, and if it comes back to us. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson and Ms. Stegman. Okay, Ms. Gu.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. I do feel that I did not think that we would be installing. I guess another concern that I have foundationally is that if this applicant is not doing the required upkeep of the current system, I have concerns about then installing something else. So I understand that's a slightly different issue and it's dealt with in a different way, but I do have some concerns about how effective any of this will be if the applicant is not going to keep it up or dredge the pond or do the things they need to do. I would also agree that I would like to understand more about what all the options are in terms of, are there other effective things besides a pipe and a swale? I'm not, I guess I'm just still not quite getting that. But I think the affordable housing mix is another issue that I would like to understand more about. I'm not sure, and maybe that's something that our staff could help us with too, that if our staff could weigh in, our housing and community staff, because I think looking at what other developers have provided recently isn't necessarily how we decide what the community needs or what our interest will be. So I think that would be helpful too, but I think the stormwater is certainly still a big issue, and it does sound like we're very far apart on that. But yeah, thanks.
Ms. Stegman and Ms. Gu.
Yeah, just I agree on the stormwater. If there are other options, as Ms. Anderson said, I'd be open to hearing them, but I also don't want to waste a lot of staff time if this is just kind of a deal breaker, because I don't think there's movement on us paying for it. So I just don't want to spend a lot of time on it if that's the line for the applicant. And I also agree, I would like more consideration of the multi-use path, or some either how much land is being provided to the town, or a payment in lieu, or some. I would like that to be looked at again. For the affordable housing, I also agree. I think we need to at least look at the number of bedrooms, and if there is a need for more 2 bedrooms, then I think we need to add another unit. Yeah, I think understanding with the stormwater, if we do keep looking at it for other solutions, is if it's possible to understand how much is coming from the applicant's current property versus not. Thanks.
Ms. Gu.
Yeah, well, I think for the stormwater issue, I would like to know, well, especially if the applicant are trying to push for the council to pay for the swell, then I think there definitely needs to show that how much additional stormwater is caused by the current hotel and the expansion of the hotel and the additional impervious surface that is going to be caused by the project. I just cannot see what's the rationale that it should be the council to be responsible, or the town to be responsible for that additional stormwater facility. Well, and another issue is for the stormwater detention pond that has been proposed. Of course, we saw the reduction in the peak flow rate, but peak flow rate is only so good when the pond works in the perfect condition. When it is not in the full capacity, then there will be stormwater runoff. So those issues, I think, is something that we need to consider. What kind of impact it's going to have on the downstream community, because this project is unique in that it is on the directly, it's going to have the stormwater directly dump onto the neighboring community's backyard. So I think that is very important for us to make sure that what if that stormwater detention facility does not work as it's expected, well, especially given their track record at the hotel for their detention pond. I think we need to consider what we need to do if that happens. For the stormwater facility, I think I think the second part is for the affordable housing. I think we always talking about the missing middle when we say we needed to add more townhouses. But if these townhouses are at the level that's not affordable for the missing middle, then we need to consider like what we need to do. Is there anything that else we need to do to make those townhouses more affordable for the people who are desperately need the middle housing in our community?
Okay. I'm going to see if I can wrap us up and make a recommendation. Oh, Mr. Boyensee, did you want to say something?
Yeah, so this is a question for staff, not necessarily to answer tonight, but this was a similar question or related to something that I brought up on September 1st, but notice in the Q&As, I had asked on September 1st about the state of the farm ponds and this intermediate hazard status. I appreciated the answer in the packet, although I'm still not quite clear on what that means in terms of if there's any kind of immediate danger or potential danger down the road for folks nearby. I was wanting some insight into that. But I mean, we've been on this item a long time, so I can understand if you don't have an answer for that right now.
I did prepare a slide for that if you would like me to review it now or provide it in a packet in the future.
I think we're going to come back to it. I'm going to recommend that the applicant, we're going to table this item tonight, and the applicant go back and work with our staff. I would also suggest our housing staff have a conversation with our affordable housing partners to find out the needs, whether 2-bedroom townhomes are the need or not. I mean, they're going to know better than we are. And that we need to have assurance that the swale option is a recommended option, and for the applicant to decide whether they're willing to pay for it, because it sounds like the council's not going to have the town pay for this. And so I don't see this council approving a project that would cause more flooding to the neighbors downstream. And so we need to figure out what the options are. So I think there's a little bit more work to be done on several fronts, and we will schedule this item unless we can meet. There was also the item of the multi-use pass. So you can check into all those things, and we can either schedule to come back if you've reached some sort of agreement that you think council would move willing to hear, then you are welcome to come back. But I think we will table this item for now. We have other items on this agenda and we're kind of behind schedule now. So, okay.
We need a resolution of any kind?
Mayor, can I just ask a real quick question? Are you going to close the legislative hearing or keep that open?
No, we're going to keep it open because we'll have answers to these questions, and we want the public to have an ability to weigh in again once we hear some more answers to these questions.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Radway, I was going to let you talk with staff. Is there something you need from council, please?
I just want to know whether this, if the tabling has an end date of coming back or it's an open.
It's going to have to be open at this point in time, since the manager and I and the staff have not looked over the calendar and where things fit in. So we can see what works out. We do have meetings coming up in November, so we will see where we go with that.
Thank you.
Judy?
Yeah, I just wanted, can we have it come back to a date certain? It could be just a continuation item on the November 10th meeting, and just so we could continue it and not have to re-advertise and that sort of thing.
All right, council, can I have a motion to continue this item to November 10th at this point?
Don't move.
Moved by Mr. Parker, second by Mr. Boyensee. I'm going to do a roll call vote, please. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boyensee?
Aye.
Ms. Gu?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the public for hanging in there with us. We're going to move to item number 9, close the legislative hearing and consider an application for a major modification to the development agreement of Glen Lennox height modification. Welcome, Anya.
Good evening, everybody. There we go. So good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Anya Gran with the Planning Department. The item before you this evening is a request for a major modification to the development, or DA, for Glen Lennox, and the proposal is to allow for additional building height. This project is located just north of Raleigh Road, as you can see here, and it's just to the east of Fordham Boulevard and to the west of the Oakwood neighborhood. And so we've highlighted it here in yellow, and the majority of the changes being proposed by this modification to the DA occur in the southern portion of the Glen Lennox area along Raleigh Road and Fordham Boulevard. So the recommendation before you tonight is to close the public hearing, adopt the resolution of consistency, and enact Ordinance A approving the major modification to the DA. Here's where we are in the process. The Planning Commission reviewed this application on September 7th. You all reviewed it back on September 22nd, and it is now before you to take action. The applicant is requesting to add additional height to blocks 4A, 9B, and 9C. As you can see on the chart, they're proposing to add an additional story to block 4A, resulting in 6 stories, an additional story on 9C, and then an additional story on 9B. The purpose of this is to create a critical mass of residential and office development that's going to frame or kind of surround block 9D, where there's going to be a central green space and then commercial area on the lower levels that frame that park. The greater heights are being proposed to be closer to Fordham Boulevard, so over here along the east side of the or west side of the property, excuse me. And that they're doing that in order to protect the Oakwood neighborhood. By pushing it west, there's higher density over on that side and less density towards Oakwood. So back in 2014, the town entered into the DA with Glen Lennox. And at that time, DA included these heat diagrams that showed the allowable heights. Again, the greater building heights were located here along Fordham Boulevard, and then they descended as you went east towards the Oakwood neighborhood. Back in March of this year, the applicant came before all of you during a work session, and at that time they talked about their building height and that they would be making this proposal for a major modification. At that time, we heard from the town council that there was support for placemaking. You had requested that as uses and road networks change, that the applicant provide updated traffic studies. You were also interested in understanding the connections to downtown, the neighborhood, and UNC, and maintaining the green feeling of the neighborhood. There was also interest in learning more about how the building height would impact the number of units and even the floor area of the development. So the applicant did submit a major modification application back in September. The planning department held a public information meeting. And at that time, the applicant had proposed to also increase height along block 3, and that is the block area here that I'm circling with my mouse that is adjacent to the Oakwood. At that time, they heard from neighbors that were concerned about the heights. During the September 7th Planning Commission meeting, there was interest in seeing more green space and less parking spaces. And then as a result of the input that they received from the Oakwood neighborhood residents, the applicant actually withdrew their request for additional height on block 3, but maintained the request for 4A, 9B, and 9C. So at our last meeting with council, we heard that there was an interest in providing additional opportunities for public comment. And so this week we held another public information meeting. And much like the feedback that we received from the council at our September meeting, there was a lot of interest in talking about tree preservation and maintaining green space. The council had also talked about reducing car dependency at the last. So again, the recommendation before you tonight is to close the public hearing, adopt the resolution of consistency, and enact Ordinance A approving the major modification. And the applicant is here and can answer any questions you might have. And I can also answer questions.
Thank you, Anya. Okay. Any clarifying questions from council? Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, this is for the applicant. When we saw your presentation earlier, you were talking about one of the benefits of increasing height was going to let you put more internal green space. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. We have what we're proposing in that lower 18 acres, the mixed use core that's consistent with the Glen Lennox development agreement, is just over 2 acres of open space. It's the community green space that Anya referenced in the middle. There's one right on 54. That's a multimodal node. So that's pedestrian, bicycle, and bus transit along 54. It's maintaining some setback and additional green space along 54, and then the planned greenway on the eastern border of that block 3 area. So that it's maintaining that. And then in addition to that, it's bike lanes and double loaded pedestrian sidewalks throughout. So it's making space for all those improvements along with that green space within the mixed use core.
And so that in your in our packet on page 242, it was talking about now a total of 2.23 acres of open space, which is more than the 1.5 acres required across the development. So is that?
That's right. And the 1.5 is really for the entire Glen Lennox. So this is, just in this lower 18 acres. So the goal, over time is to obviously maximize green space, certainly well above the minimum requirement of the GLDA.
Okay. Would you be willing to add a stipulation in the resolution that committed you to that? Right now, the resolution only discusses heights. Would you be willing to commit to that additional green space in the resolution?
Absolutely. I don't know how precise that is because it's not fully planned, but certainly 2 acres or over 2 acres would be definitely achievable because every plan we've looked at has exceeded 2 acres.
Okay, thank you.
Any other segment?
Just a quick clarification. Is that green space open to the public?
Yes, there's the greenway, of course, will be tied into the town's greenway system, and then the community green will be open for anyone.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I know we have a few members of the public wishing to speak on this item. Can you bring them in for us, Mr. Parker?
I think I can manage that. We have Molly McConnell, followed by Michael Pook. Okay, Ms. McConnell, you're on.
Okay, I'm Molly McConnell. I live in Glen Lennox Apartments and have for 22 years. I'm 75. I've lived in Chapel Hill and rental housing since 1970 and in North Carolina all my life. And I wasn't able to go to the information meeting the other night, but I attended the previous one. And I also attended the one that Joe and Grubb Properties gave for the tenants and the homeowners, the residents who lived in here. They gave an extra public information meeting to those of us who live here. And while I have some concerns, I mean, of course, I want more green space and more trees. I'm very grateful that they backed off of additional stories to the part that's going to line up with Oakwood, and they went back to 2 stories for that. And I would not like to see them ask this for every parcel in Glen Lennox. I hope they don't have to. Emma, excuse me, I'm having dog child problems, but I want to stress that if it weren't for Clay Grubb and Glen Lennox, I wouldn't have a place to live, and so would a whole lot of other people. They have made sure that they're not putting any of their tenants to the street. They are not charging market rent to their long-term tenants, and their new apartment that they're building, the one that's going up now, will reach down to 60% of the AMI. So there are trade-offs, and they have been very respectful to their tenants, and I am very thankful, and they always keep us informed. And I would like the town to remember to inform the tenants when these kinds of things come before the public. They come before you all before the people who live in the housing hear about it. They come before the planning commission, and unless you have a developer who's willing to communicate with us, we don't hear about it until long after the fact. So I'm okay with what's going to happen. I would rather it have been able to stay the same, but that's not humanly possible. And we have been very blessed to have this happen. And if it weren't for them, there would be no Glen Lennox now. So I think you all need to bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael Pook, followed by Jan Holler.
And I don't have Michael Pook.
Okay, then Ms. Holler, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, or is it just?
You're muted. Oh, we lost you, Ms. Hall. Was there anyone else after her?
No.
Okay. Ms. Hall, are you coming back? There you are.
You're on mute.
You're still muted.
Where'd you go?
Okay, why don't we come back to council discussion? If she comes back, we'll ask to hear her input or council comments. Nope, there you are. No, we still, okay, it's connecting. Give it just a second. Try talking now. No, we can't hear you. Do you want to type your comments into the chat? Okay, sorry. Do you want to put comments into the chat to communicate with us?
Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can hear you. Go ahead. There we go.
Oh, okay, good. I had a question about the plan along the buffer and along the Oakwood side. How many stories are they? Is that 3 stories? Is that what was decided? You wanted to put more, but they decided that they wouldn't, they'd move it over somewhere else?
I believe that's right. Is that right, Joe or Whitney? Yes.
Yeah, there's the map has colors that denote stories of height. So there's a green kind of semicircle shape, and in the middle of that there's orange. Orange denotes 5 stories of area.
So
it's not a precise color map, but it denotes 2 stories along the eastern edge.
To the Oakwood side, right?
That's right.
Okay, so those Oakwood units, will they be allowed to stay there like they are, those individual housing units? Is that the plan? Or are they going to be destroyed?
I'm not sure where you're talking about. There's there's a green space area or green denoted area on Berkeley Drive as it goes into the Oakwood neighborhood. The Oakwood neighborhood is privately owned. Are you talking about our units going into Oakwood?
No, I mean, where Oakwood backs up, there are Glen Lennox housing units, those little brick units. Are they going to be gone? The first layer of houses, as it were, let's say, back there.
Most likely, yes. That is part of the mixed use, but it's always been envisioned as the mixed use area. So I would say yes.
Okay, so that's going to go. And the hotel, just looking at your plan, is the hotel as you drive into, is it Hamilton Road that you go into off of 54?
That's right.
And directly to the right of Hamilton, is that where that hotel legend is supposed to be? Is that the thought?
It's not definitive at this point, but that's where we have looked at a location for a hotel to go. Is that that spot.
And the original Glen Lennox shopping center is going to be kept like that, or you're going to kind of get rid of that or renovate that or destroy that and build something else?
It would be renovated as part of the redevelopment of this lower 18-acre area.
Okay. And again, this 1.5 acres that you talk about, or 1 point whatever, is that the green space for this entire development?
The requirement under the current development agreement is for 1.5 acres of dedicated open space. I think we came close to that with phase 1, which is not what we're here to talk about tonight. In this lower 18 acres, we have over 2 acres. You heard council person Ryan asked if we would commit to that at least 2 acres, and we absolutely support that.
Ms. Hall, your time's up. If you have more questions, you're welcome to send them in via an email and they can be answered back to you. But we're going back now to council comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, back to council, please. Ms. Ryan?
Hi. So I guess my comments, I generally am fine with their proposal. I don't know if the rest of the council feels like these rise to stipulations. I would like to see as a stipulation a commitment to that green space. And thank you, Mr. Dye, for agreeing to that. I think if we wording something like approximately 2.2 acres of total open and green space in the lower 18-acre zone, and our town attorney is usually good at wording things like that. I don't know if you or Ms. St. Charles would have suggested wording, but I very much would like to see that in. Given the new height that you're proposing along 54, I don't know if others would feel this could rise to a level of a stipulation, but we have an evolving kind of town standard for architecture along roads, and we're really asking for step backs, nice wide sidewalks, and street trees. And I know that your development agreement didn't get into a lot of specific detail about things like that. But I hope whether it's a stipulation or not, whether you'll look at the other things we're doing in town and try to work with that same design palette. And the last time we talked, we spoke about pedestrian safety improvements on the 54, and is that the Oakwood, that entrance there at that. So I think that as you're adding density, as you're adding traffic in there, I'd love to see you commit to doing more pedestrian improvements there. It's really a very unsafe place right now. So I don't know how my fellow council members feel about those, but those would be my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, I'm supportive of this modification. I'm fine with those stipulations if the applicant is amenable. And I think we can keep rolling.
Okay, unless there's other comments, I think we can move ahead. We'll say to the applicant, we appreciate you working with the neighbors and coming to an agreement that was more in line with the original agreement about the height, and adding the green space is certainly good. Mr. Dye, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Whitney pointed out to me the current measurement of open space is 2.07 acres. So I'm not sure what the discrepancy is, Ms. Ryan, but I mean, 2 acres, absolutely. We can call it 2.1 or approximately. I just want to make sure we're reaching what you're asking us to do. But we're committed to getting there. We just don't have it 100% designed yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so however you choose to define that, I'm happy with the stipulation. We're glad to do it.
Yeah, that would be approximately 2 acres in the lower 18-acre zone would work. That'd be fine.
Brian, you want to make a motion then, please?
I suggested 3 stipulations. I don't know if that's
make a motion and see if the council agrees.
Well, make a motion to close the public hearing. We need to close the public hearing.
Oh, sorry.
I'd like to know if Mr. Dye is okay with those stipulations before I opine on them.
Yeah, I think, as I'm hearing them from Ms. Ryan, it's, we have a plan that shows pushing that setback a little bit further from 54 and not coming all the way up, if you will. And some of that's part of that density heat map, as we've talked about it. And pedestrian safety is super important. I think the primary concern is folks getting across 54. That's also at the Hamilton Road entrance. That's something that requires full design of that intersection, but we've looked at as you come up Hamilton Road, that's why we double-led the sidewalks, provide pedestrian facilities. I don't know how that exactly gets worded, but we definitely support both those notions for sure.
Motion to close the public hearing first, I guess.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Parker, second by
Second.
Ms. Ryan. Okay. All in favor by roll call, Mr. Parker,
Aye.
Ms. Anderson,
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy,
Aye.
Ms. Gu,
Aye.
Ms. Ryan,
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Mayor says aye as well. Motion's unanimous. Ms. Ryan, you want to try your motion?
Sure. I would like to approve Resolution A with the following additions. First, that they provide approximately 2 acres of total open and green space in the lower 18-acre zone of the development. Second, that they will work with the town to meet our standards for step back, sidewalk width, and street trees as we generally present throughout town. And that one may need a little work in. And 2, that they provide pedestrian safety improvements at 54 in Hamilton when the intersection is being reconstructed.
Can I ask a clarifying question to Ms. Ryan's motion?
Sure.
You said meet the new, the town standards for sidewalk width and street trees. Is that for the entire development or just some specific spots?
I think along the 54 frontage.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
The moved and seconded is by Ms. Ryan and Ms. Anderson. Any more discussion of things that haven't been said? All right, roll call vote then. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy?
Aye.
Ms. Gu?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
The mayor says aye as well. Thank you very much. And thank you for, like again said, working with the neighbors, and thank you for the public coming to share. And if people still have questions, they're welcome to email me. All right, next up, item number 10, close the legislative hearing and consider a land use management ordinance text amendment, proposed changes to section 8.5, Community Design Commission, and updates to the advisory membership policy. Mr. Lyles.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Corey Lyles with the Planning Department. Everyone seeing the presentation?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm here to present on the Land Use Management Ordinance Text Amendment and associated advisory board membership policy update related to CDC membership rules. I just have a few slides to take under 5 minutes.
Corey, just so you know, your chat is still up.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's been really G so far, but just FYI.
Let's see if I can get to the more focused part. Zoom floods you with options. Okay, we'll see if that works better. All right, our recommendation tonight is to close the legislative hearing on this text amendment, adopt a resolution of consistency with the comp plan, enact an ordinance with the text amendment language, and then as an associate action, adopt a resolution that updates the advisory board membership policy. This item came as a result of a petition from the members of the Community Design Commission. Council initiated text amendment process in the spring, and we've reached the last step of that where the council has opportunity to consider action. The proposed changes are summarized here. I will note that this has not, none of the proposal has changed from what was presented at the September 1st public hearing. The proposal is to reduce the number of member seats on the Community Design Commission from 9 members to 7. And associated with that, the number of attendees needed to achieve quorum would be reduced from 5 to 4. The number of concurring votes needed to take a formal action would be reduced also from 5 to 4, in both cases maintaining a simple majority of seats as the threshold. And in addition, all of these These provisions would be placed in the advisory board membership policy, and LUMO would be updated to reference that policy in each case so that the information is all in one place. This proposal has been shared with the Community Design Commission, showing them the precise language, and they recommended approval. It was also shared with the Planning Commission at their September 7th meeting, since this is a text amendment process, and they recommended approval. That is the information I have to share. Here again is the recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, thank you. I'm talking. All right, are there clarifying questions from council? Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item?
There is not.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council. How say you, and any comments?
I move we close the legislative hearing.
Second.
The move by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Stegman to close the legislative hearing. Roll call vote. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy?
Aye.
Ms. Goo?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well.
Okay, I move R15, resolution of consistency.
Second.
The move by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Anderson. Any comments? Roll call vote. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy?
Aye.
Ms. Goo?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well.
I move R16.
Second.
The move by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Anderson. Any comments? Roll call vote. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy?
Aye.
Ms. Goo?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. Thank you very much. Got through that one pretty quickly. All right. Item number 11.
We also have 04 for the LUMO text amendment.
I'm
Yeah, we
sorry.
approved that. I moved that already.
Yeah. You closed the hearing. You did the consistency.
We voted on 04 already.
Corey, you think we didn't?
Trust me, we voted on 04.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Amy Harvey is saying R17 is needed.
R17?
There's the policy manual and LUMO.
Okay. Mr. Parker, move R17.
Yeah, I move R17.
Second.
Okay, the move by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Anderson. Roll call vote, please. Mr. Parker,
Aye.
Ms. Anderson,
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy,
Aye.
Ms. Goo,
Aye.
Ms. Ryan,
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. Thank you. Did we do all the crossing Ts and dotting of Is? Okay, guess so. Mr. Lyles, is that complete? Thank you. All right. So item number 11, receive an updated risk assessment for the police station property. And Ms. Selmer's with us, and Ms. Nerdlinger, and Mr. Richardson, and Ms. Olson. We got a whole team here. Okay, who is presenting?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Laura Selmer, Economic Development Specialist for the town. And thank you for the continued opportunity to discuss the future of the police station property. With us here tonight are Jenna Olson and Justin Ballard, both of our environmental consulting firm, Hart and Hickman, to provide the final summary of the human health and ecological risk assessment for the property. And this item last came before you at the October 1st Economic Sustainability meeting. The purpose of conducting this study was to better inform us on the current conditions of the site. This report is not intended to predict potential risk of future build out, but rather to determine current risk levels so that redevelopment and contamination can be jointly and safely addressed through site redevelopment. A brownfield agreement would provide conditional liability in exchange for safely managing the existing contamination to provide a public benefit. We are not seeking to shirk or reduce our responsibility as stewards of this property. We anticipate that redevelopment of the site under a brownfields agreement would greatly reduce the current exposure risks by addressing the critical issues and exposure pathways that we've discussed in this report. The embankment by way of a retention wall has always been one of the components of any redevelopment scenario for the site, and any surface level coal combustion products would be addressed through removal, disposal, and or appropriate capping. So our staff team, myself, John Richardson, and Mary Jane Nerdlinger are available to answer any questions after the consultant's presentation in terms of the redevelopment scenarios and the town's role. So with that, I will turn it over to Jenna to share her screen and her presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Let me try it again.
Now we can.
Now we can. Okay. All right. Well, I'm happy to be here to talk about the results of our risk assessment, and I'm sure everybody is tired, so I will try and get through this pretty quickly. Our topics of discussion. Let's see if I can get my slides to advance. So I'll start out with a brief introduction and site background, then we'll get into our human health risk assessment, our ecological risk assessment, and lastly go through some conclusions and recommendations. I know you guys have seen a lot of presentations about this site before, so I'll go through this very briefly. There is a mixture of coal combustion products, or CCPs, and construction debris buried across much of the property, and our primary compounds of concern are metals that are associated with those CCPs. There were some interim remedial measures performed in 2020. Those included excavation of CCPs along Bowling Creek Trail, stabilization of the embankment, and stormwater management controls. And these are some pretty recent pictures showing the embankment, and you can see that this vegetation has really taken root, and there is some silt fencing at the bottom of the embankment. I do want to point out, though, as Laura mentioned, these are interim remedial measures, and there is a more permanent remedial measure needed to address this embankment, and we'll come back to that when we talk about our risk assessment recommendations, this concept of permanent measures to address the slope stability and erosion control issues associated with this embankment. Really, there was some groundwater assessment done that showed some elevated levels of metals in perched water that's buried in these zones of fill material, but there was little to no groundwater impact identified in wells that are screened in the underlying aquifer. We've also found no significant impact to Bowling Creek surface water, and also there's no groundwater users like water supply wells in the area. There was a prior risk assessment that was focused on the greenway, and that was really focusing on whether those interim remedial measures were designed to address the immediate outstanding risks associated with greenway users. And risk assessment really focused on whether that interim remedial measure was successful, and it concluded that the greenway trail is safe for use. So this risk assessment that we've done more recently is more comprehensive, covers both human health and ecological risk for the site as a whole. And the goal is to define the final measures recommended under the current land use scenario and possible future redevelopment scenarios to address the impacts associated with these CCPs. So I'll get into the human health risk assessment next. We looked at risk using the DEQ risk calculator. This is a tool put out by DEQ that's based on EPA approved risk assessment equations. It has inputs that are approved by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. And where we do have risk exceedances, our recommendations could include remediation or land use restrictions or other measures. And I'll talk about those more as we get into the results. So our first step is looking at complete exposure pathways for the site. We define the site into 3 exposure units, and those units have areas of similar land use and exposure characteristics. We did look at risks for both current and possible future site occupants. Exposure unit number 1 includes the upper level, which is where the police department building and the associated parking and amenities are located. Here we looked at risk for possible future residents that could be there as part of a redevelopment scenario. Also looked at current non-residential workers and possible construction workers. The exposure unit number 2 is the area down around Bowling Creek and the associated Greenway Trail. There, residential or non-residential development isn't feasible because it's in a floodplain. Our primary receptor that we looked at there was possible Greenway users, so people using the Greenway, and also looked at construction workers. And then the exposure unit number 3 is this embankment area between the upper and the lower levels. And that area, exposures are inherently limited because of the steep slope. I don't think a whole lot of people are going to be present in the area of the embankment too often, but we conservatively did look at potential for any of the receptors in units 1 or 2 to venture into the exposure unit number 3 embankment area. So these are the exposure pathways that we looked at. This is exposure pathway is a way that a person might be exposed to contamination. The first thing we looked at was soil. And with that, we look at dermal contact, which means basically touching the soil or CCPs that are buried in the ground. Ingestion is looking at accidentally eating the soil. And then outdoor inhalation of particulates is looking at dust that could be generated that might have the contaminated soil or CCPs. And we looked at that soil exposure pathway for all 3 of the exposure units. We have surface water that's looking at basically a swimming type scenario in Bowling Creek. So you could have dermal contact, so touching the surface water, and also incidental ingestion of surface water while you're swimming. We looked at that for exposure unit number 2, which is the lower level around Bowling Creek. Stream sediment. When we talk about stream sediment, we're talking about the soil that's in the base of Bowling Creek beneath the surface water. DEQ does not have a specific calculations related to this in the risk calculator. So we evaluated using the same exposure pathways that we use for soil. This is very conservative because there is going to, in general, be less exposure to stream sediment since it is covered by water, but we conservatively use the same as soil exposure parameters. And we looked at that for the area of Bowling Creek in the lower level. Vapor intrusion. I know whenever we talk about risk assessment, there's often vapor intrusion. So I wanted to at least mention that this is the migration of volatile vapors from volatile contaminants into buildings, such as, pumping gasoline. There might be vapors that come off of that. In this particular scenario, we are dealing with metals, which are not volatile compounds. So this is not a pathway that's complete for the site. And then lastly, for groundwater, this pathway looks at ingestion, dermal contact, or inhalation associated with using a water supply well. So basically tap water inside a house. And this pathway is not complete because there's no water supply wells present. And we do envision that there would be a land use restriction preventing the future installation of water supply wells as part of the final remedy for the site. We're going to get into our exposure parameters. So this is looking at how much people are exposed to the impacts. Reasonable maximum exposure is the term used by EPA that refers to the highest exposure reasonably likely to occur, generally assumed to be in the range of the 90th to 99th percentiles. So that means that 90 to 99.9% of the time, people will be exposed at levels less than the risk assessment assumes. And the DEQ default exposure parameters that are incorporated into the risk calculator do assume that RME scenario. Those were used for a resident, non-residential worker, and construction worker. For a greenway user, there was the trail survey that was performed. We looked at that data and calculated site-specific values that represent the 98th percentile. So looking at the range of answers and how much people are spending on the trail, we looked at the upper level 98th percentile exposures. I did want to point out that we are dealing with metals, which are naturally occurring in North Carolina soils. This is a picture of diorite. This is the type of bedrock that is found underneath the site. And as you can see, there are minerals. Those minerals can contain metals. And DEQ and EPA would not recommend cleanup of naturally occurring background levels of metals. So we do remove those from the risk calculation for the purpose of defining areas where remediation or other measures are needed to address risks. And another point with our exposure point concentrations that we're using, we're assuming that a resident, a non-residential worker, and a greenway user would be exposed to the top 2 feet of soil. And for a construction worker, we look at that a little bit deeper and assume the top 10 feet of soil. But I do want to point out that if there are deeper samples exposed during grading as part of redevelopment that are not covered by impervious surfaces like pavement or buildings after redevelopment, that is something that should be looked at with additional risk evaluation, or be sure those areas are covered by at least 2 feet of clean fill post redevelopment. So here we'll talk about our target risk levels. There's 2 main target risk levels we look at. One is the non-cancer risk, which is called the hazard index or hazard quotient. So this is the ratio of the amount of contaminant a person is exposed to divided by the amount that may cause non-cancer harmful effects. So if they're exposed to more than the amount that may cause harmful effects, then that would mean a hazard index of greater than 1, and that is the target risk that we're using. If it is below the level that may cause harmful effects, then that would be a hazard index of less than 1. So we are using 1 for the non-cancer target risk. And then the other value we look at is the individual excess lifetime cancer risk. That is the increase over background in an individual's probability of getting cancer over a lifetime due to exposure to a chemical. And both DEQ and EPA recommend using a cancer risk of 1 in 10,000, and that equates to 1 person in 10,000, also called 10 to the minus 4. So we are using 10 to the minus 4 per EPA and North Carolina recommendations for the target risk levels. But I do want to mention that per typical brownfields redevelopment processes, actions may be performed to minimize exposures, even if the target risk levels are not exceeded. There's things like pavement and buildings that will minimize exposures. Oftentimes, for even low levels of contamination, they will want to see just covering with 2 feet of clean fill. So there may be additional actions taken even for risk levels below that 10 to the minus 4. So I'm going to run through each of our receptors that we looked at. First up, this is a non-residential worker. And the exposure assumptions here for a non-residential worker, we assume that they're exposed for 25 years, 250 days a year, so 50 weeks, 5 days a week, and 8 hours a day. It does assume dermal exposure of their head, hands, and forearms, and ingestion of 100 milligrams per day of soil. So conservative inputs. And the risk assessment results showed no exceedances of acceptable risk levels. So the site is considered safe for current or future non-residential workers. We look at the Greenway user, and based on the trail survey, we're assuming an adult Greenway user is exposed for 20 years, 364 days a year, so almost every day and an hour a day. For a child, we're assuming 6 years, 52 days a year, so once a week and a half an hour. And this assumes more dermal exposure than a worker. It assumes head, hands, forearms, lower legs, and feet. Also assumes ingestion of 200 milligrams per day of soil by a child and 100 milligrams of soil per day by an adult. And our results show no exceedances of acceptable risk levels, so the site is considered safe for current or future Greenway users. And then we get into a resident. It assumes 6 years as a child, 20 years as an adult, 350 days a year and 24 hours a day. Similar to the Greenway user, you've got head, hands, forearms, lower legs, and feet exposed, and also similar to the Greenway user, ingestion of 200 milligrams per day of soil by a child and 100 milligrams per day for an adult. So here is where we do have some exceedances. These samples in yellow that you can see are samples that exceed the acceptable target risk levels for a resident. Those are located in the embankment area. As I already mentioned, we are already recommending permanent measures for the embankment to address erosion control. And I think in addition to the erosion control, that also needs to address these samples, which do consist of exposed CCPs. So that's definitely something that needs a permanent measure to be addressed. There's one other sample, this S4 sample, which is quite near the embankment, that also shows exceedances of acceptable residential risk levels. For that sample, we would recommend remediation or other measures to address the impacts. It is located near the embankment, so I envision it could probably be addressed in conjunction with the embankment. Since there are no current residents, this is not a current risk, but if the site is redeveloped, then these are the samples that we recommend be addressed in conjunction with the redevelopment. And then we have a construction worker exposed for 1 year, 250 days a year, 8 hours a day. It's got dermal exposure similar to a non-residential worker. It has significantly increased ingestion, assuming 330 milligrams per day, and also significantly increased outdoor inhalation of particulates. The risk assessment assumptions assume it's a very dusty construction environment. There are several samples with exceedances in various locations across the site. This is pretty common when we evaluate construction worker risk because the assumptions in the risk calculator are very conservative, but we would recommend that these risks be addressed through an environmental management plan, an EMP, which is something that's required for all brownfield sites in North Carolina. It specifies personal protective equipment and other measures to eliminate construction worker exposures. These are the same types of things that were done during the interim remedial measures, things like wetting and training construction workers, gloves, things like that. So to address these risks, we recommend following an EMP during any construction activity. So then we get into our ecological risk assessment. I just have 2 slides on this. So we performed an initial screening level comparison of concentrations to EPA's ecological screening values. I want to point out these are based on very conservative endpoints. It's basically a preliminary screening criteria to evaluate potential ecological risk or lack thereof. These are not considered remedial goals. If these are exceeded, then there is additional evaluation that can be performed to calculate remedial goals. So this is basically the minimum criteria where you may need to evaluate further. And we looked at concentrations of stream sediment, surface water, and soil at 0 to 2 feet above background levels for comparison to those ESVs. And our results indicated no exceedances of the EPA ecological screening values in surface water or stream sediment in Bowling Creek, which is our most ecologically sensitive area. There were these samples in yellow in the embankment area, the same ones that we talked about for a resident that do exceed ecological screening values for soil. We are already recommending some permanent measures for the embankment, so those could be addressed in conjunction with those measures. There are also a few samples here in red that are near the embankment that exceeded for ecological risk. DEQ does not typically require evaluation of soil ecological risk for all sites. They typically focus more on surface water and sediment. So if it is required by DEQ, which I think this is something we would have to ask them about, or if the town wants to take voluntary action, we would recommend some additional measures to either further evaluate ecological risks for these samples or just address them in conjunction with the redevelopment or the embankment measures. So conclusions and recommendations. I've already touched on all of these along the way, so I'll go through them quickly. We did conclude that human health risk is safe for all current site uses, so non-residential workers and greenway users, it is safe. Ecological risk is acceptable for Bowling Creek, which is our most ecologically sensitive area. For the area of the embankment, we do recommend implementation of permanent measures to prevent erosion and address exposed coal combustion products which exceed our risk levels for a resident, a construction worker, and ecological receptors. If the site is redeveloped for residential use, there's this one other sample S4 that we recommend be addressed. And then outside of the embankment area, there's a few additional samples that exceed ecological risk screening levels. So if DEQ requires, or if the town wants to address these areas voluntarily, we recommend either remediation or other measures to further evaluate ecological risk. We do recommend an EMP to manage risk to construction workers. I did mention our risk calculations are based on 0 to 2 foot samples for all of our receptors, except for a construction worker, which is 0 to 10 feet. If there are deeper samples exposed during grading that aren't covered by impervious surfaces post redevelopment, recommend additional risk evaluation or removal and covering with 2 feet of clean soil for these areas. Also recommend a land use restriction preventing the future installation of water supply wells. And the final LURs for the site would be covered in a brownfields agreement for the site. The BFA would be filed on the deed for the property and requires annual certification that the LURs are being complied with in perpetuity. So with that, I will throw it up for questions.
Thank you. Sorry, get there. Questions from council? Mr. Parker?
Yeah, a couple of times you referenced, maybe we could get the regular screen back. You referenced permanent mitigation or measures, particularly for the embankment. Could you talk a little bit about what those would look like?
Yes, definitely. I do think the embankment, even aside from any type of contaminants there, it does represent an erosion control issue just because of the steep slope. So to address that erosion control issue would be the same types of things that you would see for unimpacted sites, things like a retaining wall, additional grading to change the slope. I do think it makes absolute sense to evaluate the remedial measures for the site in conjunction with the redevelopment, because what that looks like really depends on the redevelopment plan. I mean, is it going to be a retaining wall at the bottom of the slope or at the top of the slope, or some retaining wall and some not? So I think once that redevelopment plan is complete and we know that that plan addresses erosion control, we can look at what's left after that post redevelopment scenario, and if there are any additional areas where soil or these contaminated soils or CCPs are exposed post the retaining wall scenario, then you could come in conjunction with the redevelopment, excavate typically 2 feet of soil and put down 2 feet of clean fill in conjunction with the construction of the retaining wall or whatever it is those permanent measures look like as part of the redevelopment.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, then let's hear from our public, please. And a friendly reminder to try to stick within your 3 minutes.
Yes, we have a few people who have signed up. We have Robert Gelblum, followed by Suzanne Haff.
I do not see Suzanne Hess. I am moving Rob Gillum.
Okay, and Mr. Gelblum will be followed by Pamela Schultz then.
Okay, so it is not allowing me to promote to panelists.
Here we go. Unmute.
Welcome. We can hear you, Mr. Gelblum.
And now it promoted him to panelist.
Are you hearing and seeing me?
We're just hearing you. We're not seeing you.
Okay.
That's okay. You're welcome to this talk.
Start video. Here we go. Okay. Good. All right. I'll try to be as quick as possible. First, I'll mention that I got to know your brilliant dad some, Ms. Stegman, when I was doing my joint law and planning degree at UNC in the early 80s. He was DCRP chair then. My wife and I live in Carborough. We returned to this side of the triangle 3 years ago after 30 years in Raleigh. If I have credibility in addressing the Chapel Hill coal ash situation, it's not due to my scientific credentials. It's due to my 35 years in environmental law, 25 of them with the state of North Carolina. First in-house at DEQ, then in the environmental section of the AG's office. I'm sorry about the video. That's a weird picture. Anyway, I created the law side of the state's brownfields program, while my client, Bruce Nicholson, parented the science/regulatory side. Bruce is still running the state program. I was the program's only attorney for the first 15 of its now 24 years and negotiated its first 215 brownfields agreements. By the way, I've worked with any number of Hart and Hickman folks over the years. Thus, I've seen plenty of redevelopment projects at sites with residual contamination without the pollution. Any number of redevelopment projects work, so to speak, without the pollution being remediated. After all, perhaps the most challenging medium to clean, groundwater, is not needed as drinking water in the most popular redevelopment areas, urban/suburban ones, where folks' drinking water comes from reservoirs. That still leaves the challenge of soil cleanup or protection of the property's users from soil contamination by whatever means necessary. And in our case, leakage of the pollution into nearby surface water, Bowling Creek. That doesn't mean every effort within reason shouldn't be made to always remediate all contaminated media at a site. But it does mean that where redevelopment makes a lot of sense, it might be okay to allow it sans remediation as long as strict land use restrictions are followed. I rest my case.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
Next is Pamela Schultz, followed by Nick Torrey.
Good evening. Yes, my name is Pamela Schultz. Some of you may recognize me from my activity on the Stormwater Management Utility Advisory Board, but I wanted to comment tonight because in my professional career, I worked on projects similar to the one being presented to you. I was a senior engineer at Merck Pharmaceuticals and later worked at Research Triangle Institute as a research environmental engineer, but my primary responsibility in my job was to conduct human health risk assessment for exposure to chemicals. First of all, I want to say that I am thrilled that the council has been pursuing the idea of the Municipal Services Center coming to this site. I think that is a fantastic direction to go in, but I am concerned about the pursuit of the site for residential use. And I'm also very concerned about the lack of continued monitoring for the soil in the bottomland area. This was something that the council had asked for at a prior meeting and has not continued to my understanding. A couple of things that I want to comment on in terms of the presentation. The statement that metals are naturally occurring in North Carolina was on one of your slides. My ears always perk up when I hear that phrase because I feel like it's trying to make you feel as though metals are not a problem. Metals are naturally occurring everywhere. 80% of the periodic table is metals, but naturally does not mean safe. For many metals, lead is one that I know everyone is familiar with. The level that we have felt as a safe level of exposure has continually gone down over the years. Arsenic is another metal that seems to be headed down that path, which has gone from drinking water levels that were initially set at 50 parts per billion. Now they're 10 parts per billion. We have some states now considering going down to 5 parts per billion. My point is that it is important to be conservative because these our risk data and our toxicity data do change over time. And in particular for metals, this is a history we've seen happen. In 2019, there was an Environmental Health Perspectives article on arsenic stating that evidence has shown that the fetus is extremely vulnerable to the effects of chemicals when exposure occurs in utero. This exposure can affect health of the fetus before and after birth. This is one of the reasons why the toxicity data changes. Because we've gotten more understanding as to exposure to sensitive populations. The target risk here we're using is 1e⁻⁴. Is that conservative? You've been told that this is the recommended value from DEQ and EPA. 1e⁻⁴ is a target risk level that is the high end. If you're above that level, you absolutely have to do something. But there is a range. If you're below 1e⁻⁶, 1 in a million, that means we feel like this is very likely not to be a problem. But in between, this is a gray zone. EPA does not recommend 1e⁻⁴ as the level to use. There is a range that we can consider. I would really ask that the town does not consider this property for residential use, to protect public health, continue sampling in the lower area, and actually develop and implement a cleanup criteria for the lower level that would be protective, which is something I've asked for several times in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Nick Torrey, followed by Julie McClintock.
Hey there, I'm Nick Torrey. I'm with the Southern Environmental Law Center. We're working with Friends of Bowling Creek on this. And just a couple of points for you all to consider in reviewing this risk assessment. One is that, as Pamela was just alluding to, this risk assessment appears to be based on a riskier standard than actually the initial assessment that was done in 2019. That one was described earlier as using a cancer risk threshold of 1 in 100,000, but this one uses a far less protective standard of 1 in 10,000 for cancer risk. And obviously what standard will be used for the decision-making on this site is tremendously important. And we feel that you should not make decisions about this coal ash dump using the least protective standard that's available. Second point is this should not be a housing site. I think that's one thing that emerges from the assessments that have been done. This report just confirms again, putting a residential project on top of a coal ash dump is a bad idea. And the report identifies several areas that have unacceptable risks, according to the report, but the real risk for residents actually appears to be greater because the assessment excludes the background levels of pollutants in the soil, but all of those metals and other pollutants are there as a source of risk to families and children. So it seems like that should be incorporated into the decision-making and the risk associated with the site. Moving down to the greenway along Bowling Creek, as was mentioned in the presentation, there was a survey for this risk assessment of trail users that was supposed to inform the evaluation, but the assessment actually excluded some of the people surveyed. And we believe that decisions going forward should be based on protecting 100% of those trail users. The trail belongs to all of us. There's also a serious mistake, I believe, in this report. It says on page 24 that there's no need for any further risk assessment of the greenway area, even while noting correctly that there is a continued risk of eroding coal ash from the steep slope area that's right above the greenway. It says that on page 19. You can't ignore the risk to this greenway going forward in the absence of some sort of permanent solution. And relatedly, sampling of the site needs to continue as well. In 2019, this council requested regular sampling and sampling after major storm events, but the consultant hasn't done that. And then finally, as you are coming up on making decisions about this, the areas where contaminated soil and coal ash are exposed or close to the surface, which includes the steep slope of ash above the greenway, we believe that removing the ash rather than covering it up is the right approach. That's what you did along the greenway, and that's the most protective approach going forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Julie McClintock, followed by Robert Beasley.
Jill, you're muted. You're still muted.
You're on mute, Julie.
Mute.
There you go.
All right, there we go. So Pamela has done a great job at outlining how the acceptable standards is actually a range. And we've changed a little bit. The consultants changed a little bit in terms of what they're recommending is safe. So I think I would just like to accentuate the point that the town, it's a lot riskier for the town to contemplate a use that's going to be residential for this. I feel comfortable myself. Friends of Bowling Creek feels comfortable with going ahead with the office use, but even moving this over to another company to assume the liability, I don't think that's responsible environmentalism. And so we feel strongly that residential uses for this property is not proper. And Nick has hit some of the other points, that the sampling is no longer going on, which actually the town council requested, as I recall. So bottom line, the risk assessment lacks sufficient recommendations for the permanent remedial measures to protect residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last speaker is Robert Beasley.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I want to echo, I'm very concerned about this being used as a residential site. Some of the comments I hear, like the embankment isn't as much of a concern because it's not going to be traversed, right? It doesn't seem to take into account the way kids play. Biking, sliding, sledding down that hill. You get a lot of dirt when you're riding your BMX bike down the hill, as I know. That said, there's two things about the study that I think the council needs to ask about it. It didn't come up in the October 1st meeting or tonight. The first is with the embankment area, that EU number 3, I think it was, with the erosion and the statement that the permanent remediation is what's needed to address that. I'm concerned that there's going to be a long period of time before that permanent remediation gets put into place, given the town's plan to dispose of the site by selling it to a developer. And I'd be curious to know if Hart Hickman had any kind of a time frame when they felt that this permanent remediation needed to be put into place, because the longer, of course, it's not addressed, the more likely that the erosion is going to happen. The second thing that I think, and as was said before, the town's not doing any periodic testing, so we won't find out about it until it's too late. The second thing is it doesn't look like any of the samples check underneath the impermeable surfaces or the building footprint. And with the redevelopment of the site, it seems like much of that would be removed. And it may not take the grading down to the 10 feet that the risk assessment offered. And so I'm wondering, is there a clear understanding of need or a recommendation need from the consultant that another risk assessment will need to be done for those areas that are covered by the parking lot, that are covered by the building, even in the event that the grading does not go down to that 10-foot threshold, I think it was, because we don't know what we don't know about the contaminants under those areas. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
And that is our last speaker on the subject.
Great. Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. Comments, direction to staff? Mr. Parker, then Ms. Ryan.
Yeah, I was just curious. I'm not recommending or asking for anything, but given the comments we heard about, using 10 to the minus fourth versus 10 to the minus fifth or sixth, if we wanted to look at it, I'm not saying we should, but if we wanted to look at it from that perspective, is that just applying some different math to all the work that's already been done? Or would we have to go back and redo substantial parts of the risk assessment?
It would be some additional math. I will tell you right off the bat that if the samples that we detail as possible, exceeding risk levels are removed, then the outstanding risk at the end of that is on the order of 10 to the minus 5. For a resident, I believe it's 1.5 times 10 to the minus 5. So we are, even with our current recommendations, we are close to that 10 to the minus 5 anyway. And that also assumes that all of the areas will be exposed, and that there wouldn't be any areas that are covered by buildings or pavement post redevelopment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ryan, then Ms. Gu.
Yeah, I hope everybody had a chance to read the letter that we received from Al Reimer today. He's an engineer who has a lot of experience in brownfield development, and he was a former council member too, correct? So he's a longtime Chapel Hill resident. His letter was very enlightening, but I had a chance to talk to him for an hour or two about it. And he was very reassuring about the process that the town is going under. He's appreciative of the amount of work that our consultants have done and, how seriously they're taking this. He felt strongly that we can find a way to make this site safe for people to use. So I feel getting all this input, and thank you to our consultants and thanks to the town staff for really educating me about something that was not at all in my experience level. So given all this information, I feel comfortable moving forward. There's still some questions, information I need now, and well, not right now, but as we move forward. So I think I'd like to hear the rationale for using the 10 to the minus 4 risk level. Ms. Olson just was commenting that essentially we're kind of at a 10 to the minus 5 for much of this. And I don't know if it's possible to sort of just say, if we do 10 to the minus 4, minus 5, and minus 6, what becomes safer and what not. But just some idea of how that all shakes out, I think would be useful to me. I thought Mr. Torrey's comments about not excluding background metal levels was interesting. I think he's right. They do contribute to your overall exposure. I mean, I understand that even if you're not on a toxic site, you're still being exposed to that, but I think it makes sense to consider that in a total exposure. And then after that, after we get this information, I think then it's really up to council to make a land use decision about what we feel comfortable with. I know we've had people speaking to not putting residents here. And then I think what we're trying to achieve for the town on this site and what we can use it for, and also what's going to be economically feasible with the cost of remediation. So, but those are things to go down. But again, I feel pretty comfortable now that we can build on this site. We can build something safe. So we just need to, I'd like a little more information before we start talking about uses. But I think I would like to move ahead. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gu?
Yeah, well, I think it is a very comprehensive analysis, and I really appreciate the consultant, how much work that you have put into this. I think it's a very comprehensive analysis. But I think to the issue of, well, especially if we use the revised or more strict level, the risk level for residential development, I would like to see that what is the revised evaluation is going to be for those the areas that you identified. Well, how many more areas are going to be if we use the more strict criteria for residential development. It will also be helpful if you can recommend what kind of remediation measures should be taken in order to ensure the residential area is safe, because I think the embankment, that component, I think seems like we all agree that needs to be done. So it's the residential area. So for the embankment area, if you can also comment on what's the stormwater impact is going to be. What kind of, you talk about the retaining wall. What kind of retaining wall will be safe under what kind of stormwater scenario? So I think that is something that people are worried about, especially given the climate change and the expectation of increased precipitation with higher intensity. So if you can address that, how the climate change is going to impact your evaluation for the erosion and the safety of the embankment, that will be helpful as well. Well, after we had that, after we have your recommendation of different levels of remediation for different uses, I think it would be very helpful for us to know how much it's going to cost for each of those remediation. And then we may need to consider if we, what's the best way to move forward for development. Because if the remediation measure is, I think it depends on how much does it cost, then we can reevaluate what's the value of this parcel. Many people commented on, when I talk to people about this project, many people talk about this is a very prime piece of real estate property. So if we can control the health risk, then it has great potential for a lot of development. So what kind of, how's the scenario of remediation will impact the value of that land? I think that is another information that the council needs to have before we decide what we're going to do with this parcel.
Thank you. Mr. Boynton?
Yes, so just one question, but and I'm more just curious here, but in terms of kind of moving forward, are there I guess under the Brownfields program, are there any requirements for kind of an ongoing kind of periodic monitoring of the site?
There are requirements for monitoring during construction, and there was one concern brought up about soils that are exposed after the buildings are removed. So at the conclusion of redevelopment, they do want to go through and sample any exposed soils across the property and make sure that they're all safe. After they get to the point where the site is redeveloped, looks like everything's safe, then they would just detail their land use restrictions, require things like annual checks to make sure that there isn't any additional erosion happening or things like that. There isn't any long-term monitoring. I will say, just to touch on some of the other things that were brought up, if there was an annual check that showed that it did look like a retaining wall was failing or there was some type of erosion happening, then they would come back, and they do look at those annual checks, and they would come back and could require more sampling. They also do look at changes in toxicity values, and if there are changes in toxicity values, they will come back and can ask for more work to be done to assess risks if there are changes in toxicity values in the future.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. So Laura, what do you need from us? I think you're hearing a consensus that we are feeling a little more confident that we can build on this safely, but we're still wanting to find out more before we settle on uses. But it sounds like we want to hear more about the math equations and 10 to the 4th and the 5th and the 6th and the ranges there. And so what is the next step in this process? What else do you need from us at this point?
So we will work with Hart and Hickman to address the concerns that were raised tonight. The next steps are for us to first confer with DEQ and talk about some of our preliminary thinking and show them the reports and the analysis that's been done so far on the site, because it is extensive. Those conversations will help inform how we go about redeveloping the site safely for whatever intended use is determined. We're also working on a draft memorandum of understanding that will be coming before you hopefully in the coming weeks. And just to clarify, we're not full on selling the entire parcel. The town will retain ownership of the creek portion, of course, for the trail, and the MSC should it be developed on the site as well. So we would be co-developers. We wouldn't just be handing this over to somebody else and giving them the liability. We're still involved. I think we also had talked about holding some public information meetings as well once we get to a point where we have more information on what a site plan could look like, so people have something to react to and engage with the neighborhoods.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. We'll look forward to this coming back. I want to inform council that we've decided to move the affordable housing annual report so that we could get right on to the next item, and due to the lateness of the hour here. So appreciate all the information. Thank you for being with us to help us continue to learn about this project situation, whatever. We do appreciate it. Okay. All right, so that's going to bring us to item number 13. Authorize the town manager to execute a site development agreement with Self-Help Ventures Fund for the 2200 Homestead Road mixed income affordable housing development.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Nate Broman-Folks, the Affordable Housing Manager, and I'm joined tonight by Emily Holt, the town's Affordable Housing Development Officer, to talk with you about the draft site development agreement with Self-Help for developing the 2200 Homestead Road project, now known as Homestead Gardens. So we'll first start with providing a quick update, a refresher on what's led us here tonight, the process that this project has taken, and then I'll turn it over to Emily to provide a summary of what is in the site development agreement. We'll then talk about next steps and open up the discussion. So what we're asking council to do tonight is to consider authorizing the town manager to execute a site development agreement with Self-Help for the 2200 Homestead Road development. And just as a quick refresher on this project, it really started about 4 years ago when council dedicated the land for mixed income affordable housing. Soon after that, we started the project visioning, concept planning process before identifying development partners. And our development partners that have been selected is a collaborative of local affordable housing developers that have come together, led by Self-Help in partnership with Habitat for Humanity, Community Home Trust, and CASA. And most recently in the spring, council approved the conditional zoning application for this project. Just a quick refresher on what is in the site plan, what we plan or the development team plans to build on the site is about 120 units of affordable housing with a mixture of apartments, townhomes, and duplexes, serving a range of income levels from the lowest income levels up to 115% of the area median income. We are really excited about this development plan. It does include lots of amenities like greenways and nature trails, playgrounds, basketball courts, and a community garden to the north of the site. So since approval of the zoning, we've turned our attention to preparing for the development of the project, and that includes the agreements needed with each partner to begin construction. So this slide shows you the structure of the development team. Self-Help is the collaborative leader and what we are calling tonight the site or land developer. And their role will really be to prepare the land for construction of the homes. So this includes things like grading the property, putting in the water, sewer, driveway infrastructure before turning it over to the housing developers to really build the homes. And so CASA, Community Home Trust, and Habitat for Humanity are the housing developers for this project. And we will have separate development agreements with each partner. But tonight we're really focusing on the site development agreement with Self-Help. So I'll turn it over to Emily to walk you through the key components of that agreement. And Emily, if you're talking, I think you're muted.
Someone has to do that every time, right? So before I get into the agreement, I just want to mention that we've been working with our outside counsel, Sanford Holzhauser Law Group, in drafting this document and also in coordination with the town attorney's office and of course the Self-Help team and their attorney. And all of those people are on deck this evening to field questions that you might have about the agreement. So the key components of this agreement deals with the conveyance of the town parcel to Self-Help, the roles and responsibilities of Self-Help as the land developer, and the drafting of development agreements with the housing developers who will build the affordable units. So regarding the conveyance of land, this agreement requires that the town convey the land to Self-Help after they execute a contract with the general contractor who will be doing the actual site construction. So this means Self-Help will hold the land during the construction period, but once it's complete, they would reconvey the land back to the town. However, this agreement does allow that under certain conditions, it can be conveyed directly to housing developers, and we'll cover that in a slide to come. Under this agreement, Self-Help is responsible for overseeing all aspects of the site development scope. So they'll manage the contract with the general contractor, they'll oversee the project budget, and they'll oversee the project schedule. The scope includes, as Nate mentioned, preparing the land for the construction of buildings, as well as supporting the relocation of the community garden from where it exists currently to a dedicated portion of land to the north of the site. And finally, as leader of the Homestead Housing Collaborative, Self-Help will also be tasked with helping to draft the development agreements with each of the housing developers As Nate mentioned, we will bring the 3 additional development agreements before council to review and authorize execution of them, likely in the spring. They will also describe the roles and responsibilities of each housing partner, their financing plan for their portion of the project, as well as the long-term affordability requirements that will be set on the land, which we're expecting to be 99 years of affordability. Now, I want to note that if council approves these agreements, the ones with the housing developers, including the land conveyance method that is described, before self-help completes the site construction work, then the agreement we're talking about tonight allows the town to agree to have self-help convey the land directly to the housing partners instead of conveying it back to the town. We see this as a more efficient option if the timing works out. And then before we close, I just want to highlight some key next steps. If council authorizes the execution of this agreement tonight, we will sign the agreement with self-help this fall. And the actual land conveyance to self-help will likely occur in the spring. We'll also be coming back to council to review the other development agreements in the spring. And our anticipated groundbreaking date would be by summer of 2022 to do the site construction. And then hopefully by fall of 2022, the housing construction would begin and is expected to last until mid-2024. So just in closing, tonight we're asking council to consider adopting Resolution 18, which would authorize the town manager to execute a site development agreement with self-help for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you bring us back to full screen?
Yeah.
Council, are there clarifying questions? Mr. Parker?
Yeah, I was just wondering, as I was, listening to all of this, who, I understand obviously that each of the development partners will own the land that their, housing units are located on. What will be the structure for ownership of the common, the roads, the common land, or the roads may ultimately devolve to the town, but who will own the commonly held land, and what will be the, management and financial structure for the upkeep of common areas?
Amy, could you bring in self-help? I think they're probably the best ones to answer that question. While we're waiting, they're planning on setting up an HOA, but I think Dan or Graham could probably elaborate on that.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Thanks for your question. So the idea is that a homeowners association, which would be formed by all of the vertical development partners, CASA, Habitat, and the Home Trust, create the homeowners association, and that entity would own and manage the common areas, so playground, picnic area, stormwater, parking areas, all those spaces that are shared among the residents. And since most of those nonprofits, given the work they do, are going to be involved in this project for the duration, whether they're providing rental property like CASA or providing homeownership like Habitat and Home Trust, they still stay involved in their communities for the long run.
So will there need to be a separate conveyance to the HOA, or will the HOA be sort of a descendant to the 3 development partners?
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, the exact sequencing of that is not something we've finalized yet. So it could go either way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ryan, and then Mr. Point to the Muskew. You're muted, Amy.
I got it. Sorry about that. I was just wondering how the current increases in material prices and construction prices are affecting the project.
The $1 million question, so to speak. So
I was hoping it was only $1 million.
No, I mean, that certainly, jokes aside, serious question. We do continue to see price increases across our projects, certainly not unique to Chapel Hill in terms of materials and labor. The preliminary budget that we included in the draft packet that you have was based on a July 2021 estimate from our general contractor. So fairly recent, but each month that goes by, things could change. And also, as I think all of you know, but for the public, as we get further along with design from our architects and engineers and contractor, we learn more detail, and that will influence the ultimate price, either up or down. So the plan is in about December, the turn of the year, we're going to have a updated, much more detailed cost estimate that's based on the kind of complete drawings that are part of the ZCP process for the town. And we'll then have, another kind of temperature check on pricing and hoping it's stable. We are building in, Councilman Ryan, of course, contingencies throughout, and also some expectation that costs may increase. So that's already built into the budget, but until the contract's signed, obviously it is a risk factor.
Mr. Boyce, followed by Ms. Gu.
Yeah, I was just curious with, so I understand that with the conveyance to self-help that the town will pay for the preparation of the deed. Just wondering, in terms of the reconveyances, say, back to the town and any subsequent conveyances from there, under this agreement, would the town be financing preparation of those deeds, or is that something to be worked out?
I mean, I would say that the town is one of the main funding sources, of course, or the largest, but also the county has funds in, and we have the appropriation we're hoping from Congressman Price's office. So long story short, the cost of those multiple transactions will be factored into the overall development budget that's already funded through town and county and other allocations.
Okay. Thanks.
Ms. Gu.
Well, my question already being asked. Well, Alan has already covered that.
Okay. Any other questions from council? All right, anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. So I bring it back to council.
I move,
Comments or thoughts?
I move R18.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Stegman. Any other comments to be shared? I'll just say thank you. I think this collaborative work is just awesome that you're working together and that we're trying to all figure out how to make it run smoothly as far as process. And I think it's really great that you're taking these steps pragmatically. So that's good. All right, roll call vote. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Boyncey.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. Thank you very much. All right, is that the only thing we needed to pass on this item? Okay, great. That will move us on to our concept plan review of 5500 and 5502 Old Chapel Hill Road. We have Mr. Lyles again. You're muted, Corey. Oh, there you go.
Hello, yes. Let me pull this up. All right. Good evening again. My name is Corey Lyles with the Planning Department, here to introduce the concept plan for a project at 5500 Old Chapel Hill Road. You'll see the site noted here with the yellow circle. It's in the sort of northeast corner of Chapel Hill near the interchange of 15501 and I-40. We are recommending that council adopts a resolution transmitting comments to the applicant regarding this proposed development. To make sure everyone tuning in is aware of the concept plan process, tonight's item is not seeking a decision, but only feedback. The applicant will present a general rough sketch, early draft of their plans. This is before staff has conducted any formal review against our standards. And the advisory boards are also, some of them are providing feedback on this plan as well. And the concept plan is a precursor to several types of formal applications that you see identified here. This particular project is on a site that is zoned R1 or residential 1. They are proposing a multifamily residential project that would be in a 4 to 5 story building with around 90 units, 126 parking spaces, and associated amenities. We have shared this concept plan with 3 of our advisory boards. You see comments summarized here. I won't read through them all, but generally speaking, the Community Design Commission had some ideas about parking layout and building design and landscaping. Housing Advisory Board about the availability and the ability of this project to serve various housing needs. And the Stormwater Management Utility Advisory Board interested in different features of the site and their RCD impacts, steep slopes, and green infrastructure. Staff is conducting a preliminary evaluation of concept plans that compares the site to what is in our adopted long-range plans to determine what considerations are important. In this case, we see the site noted here with the star, showing that it is in the North 15501 focus area of our future land use map, specifically within sub-area A. The sub-areas define appropriate types of use as well as guidance for height. Multifamily residential is an appropriate primary land use in sub-area A. Typical height put forth for future development is 4 to 6 stories in this area. The hatched area along the south portion of the site is a transition area, which could include measures like reducing height to no more than 4 stories. Another plan to note in relation to the site is the mobility and connectivity plan. You'll see here that there are proposed bike lanes along Old Chapel Hill Road fronting the site. Those are actually under construction now. There is a future greenway, which does not have a precise alignment, but would likely fall just to the north of this site, setting up a future crossing of I-40. That's all the information I have to share. Here's the recommendation again, and the applicant will also share a presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Corey. Good evening, everyone. Dan Jewell, CJT. Good to see you all again. We will be brief in our presentation because we want to save time to get good remarks from you all, because that is our reason for being here, to get some feedback from you on this. We've gotten good feedback from the other advisory boards. So with me this evening are Wendy Ramsden in my office, who you all know. She's driving the show here, as well as our client, Ernie Brown. Ernie is a local developer. He actually lives in Chapel Hill, and these are the types of projects that he likes to work on. I won't belabor these early slides, other than you've all driven by this site a million times on Old Chapel Hill Road, heading and back and forth over into Durham. These are views of that. The next slide shows a view from Interstate 40 of the site, and you'll see from the plan in a minute that that will remain unchanged. There will be, none of the development will be proximate to Interstate 40. Corey went over this plan. I would like to reiterate a couple of things, though. The transition area of up to 4 stories is along the site frontage, and the rest of it is in the area that shows a 4 to 6 story height. Next slide, please, Wendy. So this is a larger, wider scale view of our proposed plan. I think it's significant to note that there's a stream, there's an intermittent stream that's been validated by the town staff that runs diagonally across the site, roughly where Wendy is shown there. So our proposal is that not only everything within the Resource Conservation District, but everything north would remain wooded and undisturbed, other than maybe some very low impact recreational uses like trails and maybe a dog walking area, dog park, things of that nature. I think it's also significant to note that this is a modest scale multifamily project. I know most of the ones you see now are north of 200, 250, 300 units. We don't think that's appropriate for this site, given all the environmental impacts and that sort of thing, but we do think a 90 unit proposal is very much in keeping with the scale that's called out in the future land use map and what the site can support. And our client, Mr. Brown, is sort of rare in that, you know, he doesn't need to do those 200 and 300 unit projects. He can do a more modest project and make that work. I think something else also that you probably all know is this site is actually in Durham County. It's in Chapel Hill's jurisdiction, but it's in Durham County. We will, of course, go through the town for all planning approvals, public works, that sort of thing. But we will be dealing with the Durham DOT division and Durham County Erosion Control, not Orange County. And the parcel immediately to the east of here is the very last parcel before you go into across Interstate 40 into Durham's jurisdiction. It's also good to note that we are on a bus line. The D route, which actually goes back and forth, is on Shoal Chapel Hill Road, and it actually uses the roundabout, the rotary, which is about 150 feet to the east of this site, to turn around and head back out again. So we will have excellent bus access, and as Corey said, the bike lanes are under construction on this site. So this is the slightly tighter view to show you our conceptual layout right now. So it's a 4-story building from the street, and again, the future land use map transition area calls for up to 4 stories. It's 5 stories in the back, but not because the roof got higher, but because, as you can imagine, with the creek, the land slopes gently from the road all the way back down to the creek. So we've actually tucked another floor under the building on the backside, which is what gets us to 5 stories. That lower level is not intended to be units, rather that will be amenities, service, tenant storage spaces, things of that nature. And we've focused the design not toward the street, although we'll show you the architecture in a minute, which we think is a little bit compelling, and we'll be looking forward to your feedback. But we wanted to orient so that most of the units have views of the woods looking behind, and a nice amenity area that we're creating in the U of the building. And as you march down the hill, we see opportunities for other amenities like grilling, gazebo, dog area, and our storm pond down near the RCD portion of the site. We do have parking in front and behind the building, but we think we can keep that very low scale. It's not a huge parking lot. We'll do plenty of landscaping, things of that nature. We've also indicated that there is the opportunity to have a road street connection to the property directly to the west, because we know the town likes to have coordinated design from a standpoint of vehicular circulation. Next slide, Wendy. So this is our architects have taken sort of a first stab at an architectural style. You see, it's there is the only vernacular out here are some 50s, 60s, 70s vintage single family houses scattered about the area. So we felt there was an opportunity to sort of set our own style, something a little more modern, a little more bold, trying to do something a little different than the preponderance of the multifamily buildings you're seeing built in Chapel Hill right now. Some asymmetry and a little bit modern, and certainly we'd like to hear your feedback on this direction and see if we're going in the right direction. So just finally to wrap up, we are very much giving a lot of consideration to environmental aspects of this, because we know that's important to you. As I said, we're maintaining over a third of the site will remain in tree coverage, and we'll be doing plenty of additional plantings. We're not proposing any development in the RCD whatsoever, except maybe a footpath or a nature trail. Surface stormwater mitigation, I know that's been a conversation on some projects recently. We're setting up for the increasing future use of the alternative transportation with we think a dense development for this site, but not a huge project. And taking advantage of the fact that we have public transportation, pedestrian connections, bicycle lanes, and certainly bike park and storage, low water facilities, LED lighting, and vehicular charging stations, we know are all things that you all have come to expect these days. So we've already let our client know you will be expecting those, and we'll be doing those. And finally, to wrap up, just again by the numbers, we are probably going for a conditional zoning O and I3. Again, that seems to be the the best fit for multifamily projects in Chapel Hill, but we'll work with staff and see if there's maybe another one that would fit this project better. Only 90 units. We're proposing 126 parking spaces, which is 1.4 per unit, which I think is pretty much in line with recent projects, multifamily projects you've seen. And our target market is working individuals and families looking for mid-range housing. These are not luxury apartments. What we're proposing is to do 15% of the units at 80% AMI, and they would be totally indistinguishable inside and out from the market rate units. So all the levels of finishes and that sort of thing, inside and out, would be the same for the 80% as the whatever the other market rate units are. And finally, we would like to request moving forward as a conditional zoning on this project. So that concludes our presentation. Wendy, Ernie, and I are here to answer any questions, but we very much want to hear what you have to say about this as we decide if and how to move forward and put our application together. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, council, questions? Okay, then we can ask if there's, Ms. Gu?
Yeah, well, when you say that the target is for working individuals, what do you mean by that? It's a apartment, right? How do you implement that? Why is it not a student apartment?
So by working individuals, we mean we're not going for the luxury top of the market apartments. These would be people that firemen, teachers, police, folks of that nature should be able to afford many of the units in this building. That's the target audience that we are going for.
So you're just saying that is the rental. So what is the range, the rental range the rent range that you're targeting?
I can't give you a dollar amount right now because the construction market is so volatile right now. It's the exact same question that you posed to Dan Levine a few minutes ago on the town project. So we will know in 2 years when we go to construction and we know what it will cost to build this, what those rents will need to be. But that's a great question. That's a great question. But there's a lot going on in the construction pricing right now.
Yeah, then I still do not understand why do you say you're targeting the working individuals? Why is it why a student, let's say a UNC student that will come over here and rent the apartments over here? Why is it not?
Well, we're not gearing towards students, but certainly students would not be precluded.
Okay. Well, why don't we see if there's anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item, and then we come back to comments.
We have one individual, Charles Berlin.
It looks like Mr. Beasley's raised his hand too.
Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Beasley.
But Mr. Berlin.
Berlin first, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to share some concerns about this project. I'm Charles Berlin. I live on Bluefield Road, which is close to the site of this proposal. As you know, the recent Stevens report on development in Chapel Hill sounded a clarion call of concern over what has been taking place with development in Chapel Hill in recent years, primarily large, high-rent apartment buildings. He warned that unless the city shifts its focus instead to affordable and middle-income occupant-owned housing, and I stress owned, where families can both be able to live and to work within the city, it faces a problematic future. And here we are with yet another multi-story apartment building proposal, which does not serve this pressing need. And is also out of scale with the neighborhood. 90 units is not a small building. Will certainly add to the serious traffic concerns on 15501 and Old Durham, Old Chapel Road, and will involve some clear cutting of currently partially forested acreage. I would ask of you who hold in your hands the future of the vitality and quality of life in this town we all deeply care about, to not endorse this proposal, which will not serve the town's genuine needs, nor for you to make a piecemeal decision about this project without seriously considering the larger multi-factor picture and future consequences. Please do not encourage this specific development proposal, which does not serve the real needs and future needs of our citizens, without first weighing the vexing but hugely important traffic, ecological, and real housing needs of our citizens, present and future. In light of the Stevens report, I would further suggest that it might be appropriate to consider discouraging all concept plans in this area until the 15501 improvement study is completed and understood, and council has rethought development in this part of town given the findings of the Stevens report, and perhaps undertaking an updated master plan of this area, something that might possibly be done through the Economic Sustainability Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
Okay,
Beasley?
Mr. Beasley.
Hi, thanks. I have a lot of the same concerns I think Mr. Berlin does with how this matches up to the housing report. When Mr. opened up, it sounded like this was going to be targeting affordable housing, the missing middle, but then it looks like it's only a small number that are going to be at the 80%, the top of the affordable housing target AMI. There isn't any description of what the rest of the units are going to be. I don't have a good sense of are they one bedroom, are they two bedroom? Maybe council has those details and we don't, but it just isn't clear that this is addressing one of the priority groups that the Stevens report identified for housing in Chapel Hill, whether it be rental or purchase. The other concern I've got is for 90 units with 1.4 parking spaces per unit, without an understanding of how many bedrooms and whether this is going to be couples, families, that just sounds like not enough parking for the size. I know the town wants to discourage parking, but you have to consider where this is, how far out it is, and where the people that live there are likely to work and how they're going to get there. And looking at the Google Maps of the surrounding area, I think you need to be conscious of what the street parking implications are going to be if the site parking is inadequate for the residents that are going to live there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I bring it back to council for comments, please. Ms. Ryan?
Hey, so I think, I agree that we need to get that Rod Stevens housing study done and we need to pay attention to it. I'm not opposed to multifamily, but would be very interested in looking at a condo development. This is bigger than the Columbia Annex project, but I'm getting some hopefulness that maybe we could get something like that here. I think that's going to be a real asset to town. I think council in general over the last couple of years is not that receptive to 80% AMI. That's not really helping us with our affordability. So I think we would be interested in looking at lower than that. I'm fine with more modern architecture. I'm glad you'll be staying out of the RCD, except for trails and things. Agree with the CDC that you need to do better than just a parking lot in front of the building. This is just kind of splitting the baby. You're not urban and you're not kind of country transitional. You're just in the middle. So I think I don't know if this project ever does come back to us. I would be interested in hearing from staff about how we need to think about how this area will evolve and what kind of place we can expect it to be in the future, so that we're working in that context and knowing what to ask for you. I don't like a building pulled smack up to the street where nothing else is ever going to be there. That doesn't make good sense. So we just need a little more thought on that. If we do go at the street, I like 4 stories at the street. I think given your topography, it would be worth exploring parking under the building. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Parker?
Yeah, actually, Amy covered most of what I wanted to say. I think, if I don't know if this developer would consider condos, but that's, I think that would really be a real boon for this town. I share her comments about the parking, putting it under the building, all of those things. Just a couple of other thoughts or questions. I'd like to understand if you've given any thought how this might fit in with the proposed greenway, and if there's any way you can make an accommodation for a future greenway should that prove to make sense at all. One other thing at a minimum, I'd like to look at making this and many other buildings, but this building completely electric and getting out of the natural gas business for heating, domestic hot water, cooking, any of those things. I think we really need to start moving toward totally electric buildings. And to Ms. Ryan's point, I think if you're targeting firemen and teachers and those folks, you're already at 80% of AMI if you're being honest about what your proposed rentals are going to be. So you really need to go well below, you need to go to 60 or something like that, because if you're talking about the kind of working folks you described, that is 80% of AMI.
Ms. Stegman?
Yeah, I think I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. I would love to see it as condos. Definitely 80%, not low enough. Would just second the Housing Advisory Board's request for accepting vouchers if it is rental. I do like the design direction. I would love to see more of that type of design. So please continue along that way. And then just second everything else that's been said. Thanks.
Ms. Gu, then Mr. Boynton.
Yeah. Well, again, I would like to emphasize that if you say this is a development that is targeting middle range household, then I really want to see that. What do you actually mean and how are you going to implement that? It's not just the words. I want to see that in your design or your plan, that how you actually are going to make that happen. How that we're not going to make this another student apartment. So if you can provide home ownership, I think that will make a big difference. I think I actually want to echo that. So this area actually, a bit given its location so close to I-40, very close to Durham, and close to our East Town, I would like to see more like holistic kind of planning and say what is the best use of these parcels. I remember when the light rail discussion, when we heard the presentations for the light rail, these areas mostly are going to be aimed for commercial development. I don't know that what is this development will put into the overall picture of that, the whole area, in the development in that whole area. So, this seems like just another apartment development to me. I just do not feel really excited or see that it address any strategic goal of the town.
Mr. Boynton?
Yeah, I don't have too much to add to what other colleagues have said, except to reiterate, of course, providing opportunities for home ownership. So I'm definitely in favor of having some condos here. Also, to Ms. Stegman's point about vouchers, if you do decide to go the rental route, wholeheartedly agree with the Housing Advisory Board's recommendation for providing vouchers, because there are so few places around town that do that, and that's a critical need for housing. I agree with Ms. Ryan's points about the parking. and love to see parking moved underground if possible. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I'll add my own comments. I echo a lot of what's been said. We are looking for home ownership. It's a large parcel. I don't know if you even consider townhomes on this parcel at all. I mean, we're looking for those things that the report said we're missing, the missing middle, the home ownership, the opportunities. And this property gives itself well to a transit corridor, so it bodes well for people living there. And okay, thank you for comments in there. I think you can work it differently with the parking as well. I like the architecture. I think it's interesting and different for over there. If you stay as a building, I don't have any problems with 4 stories at the street. Just back in, and I'm glad you're respecting the RCD, but I think you can tweak this. I know with a couple other ones we had that asked them to do a stoop front for the units that face the street, just to make it a little more interesting, but I don't know if your architecture that works or not. So same kinds of comments. And I know with others, when we've done the rentals, they've told us how many units they could offer at 80% and how many units would be if we went with 60% of AMI. So if you're looking at rental, you could look at that. If you're looking at home ownership, there may be some opportunities to flex a little bit with more bedrooms for a condo and fewer units. We've done that before, just to get the home ownership model going as well. So I do know we're going to be seeing these other parcels over there start to come together. And I agree, there needs to be some kind of consistency, walkability, connectivity between them. The bike path and the multimodal path are going to be great along there for people coming and going over to Wegmans and some other place, and over to UNC Easttown. So just making sure that we're not blocking any kind of future cross connection with the rest of the community.
If I forgot, I think we should also ask that he, as becoming routine, consult with our urban designer.
Yeah.
Or in this.
Absolutely, yes.
I saw Brian's office yesterday, which is covered with different projects all over all the walls. He's a great artist. He's got. So, is that enough information for you to work from?
That's a lot of information. It's a lot for us to think about, but we do appreciate all of your comments. That's what concept plans are for, to get your feedback and see what happens. And I would ask a question of staff, and I think I know what the answer is. Are there any plans in the near future for the town to initiate a small area plan for this sub area A? I think that may have been on Alicia's to-do list, and then she left. So anyway, that's just a question, something to think about.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Move R19.
Pardon?
Second.
Move R19.
Thank you.
Second. Mr. Parker, Ms. Stegman has seconded. Roll call vote. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Thank you all. That's the end of our agenda for this evening. We appreciate those of you who've stayed with us this evening. And council members, see you next week.
Be safe.
Night, everyone.
Night.